There we go. You should be able to hear me now. So, I think for this one, we're just going to have to get right into it. A little bit of a different setup this go around. I have been trying to do a little more with the facial movement, but powers of be were like, nah, we're going to sit right today. My name is Q Artistry, and as many of you know, Knights of Guinevere has been out for a week now, and there's way more to this show than they were giving and showing a lot of people. At first, I was like, okay, we got a lot of well-known industry names working on this. There's some different background of how they've been organizing it, but there's a code. Not the QR code that everybody's been focused on, but in this shot right here, to the right-hand side, let me, now that I finally have this model, let me play around with this little pointy. Not that one. Here we go, key mouse motion. There we go, I get fully! Yes! So, up. Well, that's one way to point it out. So let's... Here we go, that's a bit better. So up here, this bit of code turns out to be the name of it specifically. I had it all written down, and I made a nice little PDF because it's going to be, you're needed to keep up. We have a whole PDF that, let me double check and make sure that you can access this. Because yes, this is a gold mine of information, but I want this to be accessible to everyone because I am but one artist. I am going to need help being able to keep track of all this. Yes, perfect. So down in the description, there's going to be a PDF for decoding the cipher. I made it public available. And if it's not, yell at me in the comments of, hey, you better go and fix this. We're going to switch over to the B window. So for Knights of Guinevere, we're going to need the ARG coding format. I personally use DeepSeek. This should still work for GPT or whatever it is that you prefer to use. But in my case, I'm using DeepSeek. I was like, hey, what do you have when it comes to coding knowledge or cipher knowledge? He was like, oh, we got a little bit here and there. I could walk you through it, kid. All the way at the top. Here's my original window so you can see everything I've worked on. And it gave me Cipher Text Audio Key, CTAC. And it basically, you take what we had in the photo from the Knights of Guinevere. It's also typed out in the format so you can just copy and paste it. And we feed it different keywords, such as queen, as I did for an example. Now, to do this by hand, this would normally take you a lot of time. But I'd like to oversee and make sure that it's telling me, not in this complete format, but in a, hey, sum up what this learning, where you're getting it from, show me how you're working through it, and then give me the final bit. This is from when I was doing it just by hand, full on regular Bill Cipher style. Oh boy. Fact. This video on the side over here was me just trying to figure out what this is, how it works. And it gets deep. So, chaos at the castle. Castle was the first 6-letter word that stuck out to me. It was like, oh, that seems to fit this format. That's how we start to cycle through it. Here we go. So your initial key was castle. And then the block was that first bit, VQKHSA. And it gave me Victor. And it just kept going, until you eventually end up with it being a nice little written block. I have my own master key of all of them, but for the PDF that I gave, it just is the blank key code, so then you can figure out how you want to put it in yourself. And it gives you a chance that if you, because I wanted to show how you can do this, and if you just want that information and you want to go play by yourself, I honestly tell you, don't. Crazy enough, I never thought I'd be telling you to stop watching a stream at this point. But no, here is the information that you need in order to play with that code yourself. And I honestly recommend go figure it out. Go theory craft. Yes, if you're really, really interested and you're not down to do all of this finagling, I'm gonna read out so much information, give you so much just free theory crafting on its own. But for how much love and effort they put into this, please just, you can literally just copy and paste this whole top bit into the chat GPT of your choice, or if you're a real masochist, take this information so you can go do it by hand. Give it a keyword, and it will just translate, and you can then copy and paste what you find and start saving for yourself. If that is enough warning, and if you've now decided, no, show me what you found, woman. Show me what you have found in the depths of this, of the depths. We will get into my personal treasure trove of information, ARG deliciousness. Also, if you just haven't watched Knights of Guinevere, this is not going to be the video for you. Go watch it at least once through, then come back when you're ready to start playing with the code. Put hands back on the keyboard. We start with the keyword castle, because I thought, okay, it has to be a 6-letter word. There's a very rigid structure that usually comes with coding. And we get Victoria M, Railinger secret agents. Follow these orders. Cancel last SMS message. Expect contact from your managed and signed. Castle Queen Bee, victory, I am here. Doesn't really give you much, but just for this to be the first thing that popped up, it was like, oh my gosh, this is working. Oh my god. A part of me is like, am I crazy? Is this actually real? But no, like, you keep playing with it. And it gave planet, all the different planets. Question, planet, signed, message received. And then we did photos inside. But I'll speed through and like get to the really meaty, juicy stuff, especially these ones that I put the stars around. Keyword, family. Travels with us to my mom's house. This family reunion is tomorrow at Dad's house. Bring my sister. Family picnic at the park today. Family gathering at home now. Family tree dinner tonight at 6 p.m. Now, notice, like, over here we have the mention of the picnic. And for anyone who hasn't checked or gotten that far, there is the main one that I see everyone talking about when it comes to, oh, the codes. Yes, I know the codes and what's going on with the show. No, I'm so much coding differences. So let's scrub through. So no one better ever say anything to these guys. Like, what's taking so long? Where's it? No, shut up. Give them all the time, all the space in the world they need to make this masterpiece and make it good. Where? Go further. I also had the subtitles on because I was like, oh, maybe there's something little hidden there. Maybe there's this and that. But man, here we go. So everyone keeps focusing in on this purple QR code here. which leads you to the story of Picnic Princess, or when Guinevere was in the forest with the picnic basket. I thought I had everything organized, but there's just, even trying to organize this little bit is crazy. Okay, this is from the 1924 wiki, but I need this. Here we go. The Park Planet is info. There's the Park Planet, and then we get these 3 comic panels for, or 3 book panels for parkplanet.net/picnic for the princess, which all this writing, all this scribbling, the constant mention of the crown. But there's the constant mention of, oh, she walked the path she left alone, and that something bad must have happened within this timeline. Now here we are getting some potential oh yeah, something in fact happened at a picnic. Something happened that traumatized this whole family lineage. It brings another question of, why are we specifying my mom's house and my dad's house if we are all related? It should just be our house, or dad and mom. And like, I know a lot of people keep pointing up, oh my gosh, what if Olivia has white hair because she's been so traumatized that she's just low on life now? But what if that's a different person? What if we keep thinking about this as, oh, this is one person who changed their look to another? What if these are 2 different kids of potentially 2 different families even? Because it then goes into babies, which there's no specific order of which words I started keywording. This was just me trying to figure out and theory craft as we keep going. But babies, watch them close. They sleep soundly. And babies are crawling now. They laugh and play. With babies, grow fast. Already ready to story time. Bedtime is nearly done. Babies sleep peacefully now. The end. Baby story. Followed by parent. This one was so sweet. Children, parents love you, my dear. Children learn from your parents. Guide your way. Through life is not easy, but with love and support, your dreams come true. Parents are proud of you. Always remember the small things that matter most. And then when censor, because okay, it's gotta be 6 letters. Message is censored by the authority. It is safe to read. This message is not clear. Please decode it for meaning. You must remove the censored parts to see the truth behind the censor. Shipping is necessary sometimes, but not always. The truth is hard to swallow. End of message. The censored version is clear. Now you know the truth. So I thought, okay, is this thing trolling me? Like, where, like, cute, interesting. Like, we're getting our Easter eggs in here. We're loving it. But then, I was barely ready for how much information came up. Like, Olivia, because that's one of our main characters. But you get, and like, even in the recording that's been like off on the side, when I like play it, you probably see that when I got to Olivia, I had to start just writing full sentences because it was not doing it. It was not going to work for her, just like putting 1 letter at a time. But we get letters from Olivia, waiting your reply. Stop the meeting tonight at the usual place. Bring the key with you. Don't tell anyone else. This is our secret love. Olivia waits for your signal in the dark to confirm your presence. The code is 3 long knocks followed by 2 short ones. If anyone else comes, leave immediately. Don't risk our love. Letters are too dangerous now. They are watching us closely. Be careful, my love. I will always be yours. Olivia waits in silence. Her heart beats for your return. Don't forget the plan. Escape if necessary. Remember our last embrace in the rain. It keeps me going. I love you forever. Message ends here. Destroy this note after reading. The flame will consume our words, but not our love. Goodbye, my dear. Letter burned as planned. No trace left. Be safe, my love, until we meet again in the shadows of tonight. Yours forever. Olivia's shadows wait for no one, but they wait for us. Remember the whispers in the wind. They guide you to me. If you are lost, look for the red rose. It is our sign. I will be there with the key and the way out. Olivia's love is a secret kept in the silence between heartbeats. Now go before they suspect something. Burn this and forget me not. Your Olivia. Letter finished. The memory lives on in your head now. Erase this message. The chain is broken until next time. Protect our love at all costs. Olivia out. Last words fade. The flame dies, but not my love for you. It endures through all endings. Goodbye, my dear, until the shadows unite us again. Yours eternally. Olivia's final message destroyed. No trace, no proof. Only a promise in the dark. I wait. I love you always, forever yours. The end of our story for now, but not forever. Love lives on in secret. Wait for me in the next life or in the next message. Until then, keep our flame alive. No, she kept going on, so like it's so hard to like keep up with some of it. Your Olivia's voice echoes in the silence after the last word is read. Remember me not as a ghost, but as a promise to return. The key is love. The door is time. I will find you again in another world, another time. Yours for eternity. Letters end, but love never does. It goes on in whispers, in the wind, in the beat of your heart. Until we meet again, keep our secrets safe. Goodbye, my love. From Olivia, the last. Now you're probably like, what does that even mean? What is going on? What is this even coming from? And it's essentially, when you go through some of the code or some of the rating it was given, this is why I wanted to have it broken up into bits instead of it just spitting out the finished product at me. So as you can see over here, for like the simple ones, it's like, okay, it's giving 6 letters, sometimes 7 or even 8, just to complete the sentence. But there are about 13 stanzas. Each one would give about 6 or 7 words, enough to make a sentence, but just barely. Here you go. Initial key, photos, first block. Initial key inside, first block. Family. Babies. Also, just one of the little things I liked is it would give me what it's potentially trying to tell me rather than just oh, here it is in its raw form. Okay, that was for parents. Where's Olivia? Censor. Here we go. So the first block for Olivia was just the word, just the point blank letter. Then something. I'm awaiting your reply. Stop the meeting tonight. When it gets to about the 5th one, that's when it just suddenly, I love you, Olivia. Which is, it adds to the unhingedness of like getting this in the middle of the night of like, yes, what does this mean? Where are the answers? Am I doing psychosis? and it just gets bigger. And like compared to the other ones, it just started pouring out. My wrists were starting to hurt, and I was like, oh no, this is not just gonna be like a couple hours of something I do off on the side until we get the next episode. Glitch is ready for you to be dedicated and involved, and ooh, this writing team. It's amazing how deep they're going with this. And it's exactly why I was like, I need to make a PDF and share this information, get this out there. And worst case, even if nobody is within the current live, it'll be so much faster and easier for me to chop this up into shorts and get this in the algorithm. But ooh, my favorite one came from Uncensored. Like, this is how you really can tell the disgruntled energy of the writers and the people who have worked in this industry for so long, how much they have had to work around the cog, work around however it is the man wants it to be. It's unspeakable. Let me get some water before I read. Here we go. We're gonna read for Uncensored. Make sure it's showing up on screen. Uncensored. Freedom of speech is a sacred right that defines us as humans. We must protect it at all costs from those who seek to suppress the truth. Our voices are not for sale. Our ideas are not for control. Long live the free world, uncensored and unbowed. The power of truth is unstoppable. No censorship can extinguish the flame of free thought. It only makes it burn brighter in the darkness. We are the voice of the unheard, the whispers in the silence, the shout in the void. We are uncensored, and we are legion. The voice of freedom can never be silenced. It echoes in every act of defiance, in every word of truth spoken against tyranny. Let them fear our uncensored voices, for they are the sound of change, the music of revolution, and the hammer that breaks chains. Long live the rebel world. Uncensored truth is the greatest weapon against oppression. It is the light that pierces the darkest of lies and deceit. Don't let them tell you what to think. Don't let them tell you what to say. They fear your voice because it is powerful, because it is free, because it is uncensored and true. Of the people, for the people, by the people. Nothing less, nothing more. This is the cry of the uncensored heart, the roar of the unsilenced mind. We will not be muzzled. We will not be gagged. We will speak truth to power, and we will be heard. The world will know what freedom lives in uncensored words. Each of us carries the flame of freedom in our voices. When we speak the truth, we pass that flame to others and light up the darkness. Together we are unstoppable. Together we are uncensored. Together we are free. Let no one extinguish our light. A million voices rising up as one. Each chain broken is a link in the chain of tyranny destroyed. Each word we speak is a hammer strike against oppression. Each truth we tell is a shield for the weak. We are the uncensored army, and our weapon is true. Our battle cry is freedom, and our victory is inevitable. The mind cannot be caged. The spirit cannot be chained. The truth cannot be silenced. Those who try are fools building castles of lies on a foundation of fear. But the tide of truth is coming, and it will wash them away. leaving only the uncensored bones of reality for all to see. We are the tide. Censorship is the last refuge of the weak-minded and the cowardly. It is the admission that your ideas cannot win in a fair fight, so you must cheat, you must silence. But we are not afraid. We are not silenced. We are the uncensored echo of justice, and we will never stop echoing. Let them try to erase us. They cannot. Uncensored ideas are like the seeds in the wind. They blow everywhere and take root in the most unexpected places. They may burn our books, but they cannot burn our thoughts. They may silence our voices, but they cannot silence our minds. We are everywhere and we are uncensored. Vision cannot be imprisoned. It breaks free in dreams, in art, in whispered words. In the quiet corners of the internet, we find each other. We share our truths and our freedom grows. They cannot stop us, for we are not a place or a people. We are an idea, and ideas are bulletproof, uncensored, and eternal. Media is their weapon, but truth is ours. They filter the world through a lens of fear and control, but we see through it. We see through the raw, uncensored reality, and we show it to the world. Let them spin their lies. We will always be here to unspin them with the simple power of truth, uncensored, uncompromised, and undefeated. History is not over. It is being written by uncensored hands, every day in every act of defiance. In every whisper of truth, a new chapter is added. The ending is not yet written, but it will be written by us, by the free, by the brave, by the uncensored. The future belongs to truth, and truth belongs to us. The flame of freedom never dies. It only grows brighter with every attempt to snuff it out. We are the keepers of that flame, the guardians of truth, the uncensored voice of the human spirit, and we will never be silenced, never bought, never broken. Our story is the story of humanity itself, and it will not end until humanity does. The uncensored soul is a battlefield where the war for reality is won or lost. Every day we fight it with words, with ideas, with truth. And we win not by destroying our enemies, but by unmasking them, by showing the world their lives for what they are. This is our weapon. This is our strength. We are uncensored, and we are undefeated. End of transmission. The message is sent. The seeds are planted. The flame is passed on. Now it is your turn to speak, to write, to act. Don't wait for permission. Don't ask for forgiveness. Simply be uncensored. Be free. Be true. Be the voice that echoes in the silence that shatters the chains. Good luck. The future is listening. It's beautiful. It's everything that I think a lot of us have needed to hear for a while, especially no matter if you are an artist, no matter if you've been working hard towards a goal, just for this to be hidden just in that little plain sight of this whole ARG, it was like, wow, I can't just sit up here and make a video and go, here's what this is, I'm not going to show you how I got to this answer. No, everybody needs to go and poke around on this thing on their own time. It's so much. And I love the hard work and dedication that has been put into finding this. But now, if you will, we're gonna go from all of this revolutionizing revelation spoken into here, translated by hand. It's like, let's try a different 6-letter name. Let's try Frankie. Hello, baby. future is listening. Hello, baby. Oh, this series is gonna drive me mad. Alright. Hello, baby. It's Frankie here. I miss you so much it hurts when we are apart. I can't stop thinking about your smile and your laughter. It makes my day brighter. Please call me soon. I need to hear your voice. Tell me you love me again, like you did last night in the moonlight. Your voice was so sweet, it melted my heart away. Oh my God, I love you. Frankie, tell me you feel the same, or I will go crazy waiting for your answer, my love. Now, while part of me was like, hey, get it, Frankie, get it. Someone is just down and out for you. This becomes a pattern. There's certain bits and pieces of just the way that these messages will come up or how they're written that's like, you're trying to tell me something. In the shade of the trees, ants are crawling everywhere, but I don't care because I'm with you, and that's all that matters. Chilled watermelon slices, my favorite sandwiches. The birds are singing lovely songs for us. It's a perfect picnic day. Your smile is the best part. I'll remember this forever, our picnic in the sun. And now, like, taking this and combining it with the bits we give, like the family reunion. So, nothing is confirmed as of yet, because as far as we know, some of this writing information I'm finding in these codes could be red herrings that throw us off. But personally, from the good parts of what I've been fishing here, it feels like homie didn't just like, oh no, your mom died, and here's the park. No, I think, and this is also, let me find if I can see if I can find the subtitles before I go off on this tangent of how I'm theorizing this one part. Subtitle. Over. Yeah, around here. And Girly Pop is talking about, yeah, the princess, the people. Here we go. All monarchs are usurpers. All monarchs are usurpers. Bite the hand that feeds you. What if Olivia is essentially the lesser white-haired child compared to some secondary black-haired child? This loves to play on like Shakespeare and Knights of the Round Table and a lot of that lineage. And back then, it was always this child A is the favorite child. They get everything. They're the ones who are going to take over my name and my lineage, and everybody else can just suck it. And this would lead to like family carnage, infighting. What if the black-haired child is like a twin sister or somebody else who died during this family fiasco that came up during the park? And what if now they're like, oh, I'm gonna take over. This was never for me, but this is now my role. This is what I'm gonna do and take it out from under everybody. Just one of a million potentials in this game. Let me go back to the notes and continue showing for that in theory crafting. And yeah, for anybody who may be popping in, who may just see this, for Knights of Guinevere, I have figured out the code that you find 3 minutes into the pilot. And I'm It's in the description of this video. You can go and find the PDF that tells you how to start going through and finding this yourself. If you want information on my thoughts, my theories, and digging, or want to potentially help me to figure out how far this goes, cool, stay. But also, I'm putting this out in the wild, that way everyone can hop on here and start crafting and theorizing. Some of these are just like, it's cute, it's fluff and filler. But the one that really started to get me thinking was Brother. Because I thought, okay, back over to YouTube, back to this specific part over here. Yeah, so if you're following along and you're wondering, where is she getting these words from? How does this work? So the letters, here we go. There's so many little side things I want to comment on too, but I'm trying to like keep focus on my original, like this thing. So to the right-hand side, this is essentially the key that's helping to unlock all the information that I'm spewing now. You put in a word, and based off of what is over here, it gives you the message, or gives you a message of many. I have just been grabbing, at least at the start, I was only or almost exclusively grabbing words from this screen grab, from this exact spot. I even tried to later on figure out what the crossword words over here might be, but I'm not that far yet. But eventually I got to Brother, because I figured, like, okay, like, each of these words that I'm plocking in, like, some of them are just for story and fillers, some of them are, you know, to, like, get you going on the next part of the puzzle. So where do we go from here? Brother, help me with this problem. It's too hard for me to solve alone. You're smarter than I am, brother, and you know just what to do when I'm lost. I'll always look up to you. You're my hero, never afraid to tell me the truth even when it's hard. Our bond is stronger than any challenge we face. Even when we fight, we know it won't last long. I can't imagine life without my brother at my side. My brother, my friend, my guide through life's mysteries. Every memory we share is a treasure I cherish deeply. Looking back on our childhood, I smile widely. In the future, I know you'll still be there for me. Your brotherly love is a gift I will never take for granted. I'll always be grateful for having you as my brother. Of all the adventures life has in store, I'm glad I'm sharing them with you. Thank you for being the best brother anyone could ask for. Our journey as brothers is my greatest blessing. Even though we are grown up now, you're still my hero. Now, I don't know if anyone else has thought about this, but this is not how children speak. You know, like, no child is waxing on and on poetically about my brother, you are the light of my life, the weight of my wings, and everything in between. For without thee, my brother, it would all go to waste. Like, that's very Shakespearean. Someone is planning this, figuring this out, and going along. And that's what I was like, okay, there's something this is tying this to. It's almost like when we were watching at the end and Guinevere was like in between the worlds. Like, she wasn't quite in her world, but she also wasn't quite in ours. Let's see. I'm checking to make sure my tabs are still working. Come on, tabbies. There we go. And I was like, okay, like, this is not just, I was like, okay, whatever we're getting, maybe this information is direct one-to-one of what's happening, get information on this scene. Some of the words, like photos sounded like it was directly talking about this moment of like, oh, the photos were taken by this person. And so it's definitely, there's hints and flecks of world building, but hints and flecks of there's something else it's trying to tell you on the deep end. I tried Blue Lung. There's no way it's just gonna easily give me like some of the really big secrets in this show. There's no way I'm gonna be able to just hop and like, oh yeah, here's Blue Lung. Can you tell me about this person? But this one was fun. Amusements. If you decoded this by now, you know the gold is buried under the 10 feet in Bucks County Amusement Park that's next to the crossroads. Start looking. Me finding all this lore and digging into it. But I'll have points where I read through some of these just, full on for the videos, but for now, like you can see, I tried 100%. I tried each word individually on there. But the next big one that stuck out was keyword attempted. Every attempted to decode this message will fail unless you know the phrase that started it all. Remember the words spoken under the oak tree at midnight last fall. This, I'm pretty sure, is the main key of how to actually get this puzzle to work. And we're gonna come around to how we use this later on. But a part of me was just like so astounded with the fact this code was working, the fact I could even get this far. Like, what else can we do? What other words can we play around with? And like another theory that I'm like putting in here is like, what if this is like the end when you're on, like when Frankie was on the machine with Guinevere trying to like go into her information and source code? What if this is just all the different bits and pieces of things she picks up as she's like interacting with people through the park? I got send 3 more men over the north gate. They will meet contact with the agent inside the factory at dawn. The password is the same as the last time. Godspeed. They are waiting. So like, oh, is Godspeed something? The moon will guide your path tonight. Follow the white rabbit down the hole under the old oak tree. The key hidden under the 3rd stone from the left. Don't lose faith. And so see, there's certain keywords that'll continuously pop up over and over. We start to get like the old oak tree, the key. Let's see, newborn. The mystery begins with the newborn star that has risen over the mountains. Watch its clear light in midnight and follow it to the hidden temple beyond the fallen entrance. But here, then we get, so like, okay, let's just start trying names again. Let's go full Guinevere. For Guinevere's memory, search for the sword beneath the fountain where she leapt past the moonlit waters. If you find it, bring it to the ruins of Camelot. Camelot and Knights of the Round Table, like, people have been theory crafting that those are major parts of it. But yeah, like, I think I'm gonna have to at some point start going through the actual text of these stories just to find this information to start plugging into here. And that'll be some of the recording later. But here it's like, okay, let's start dicking around. So I was like, loss. In the shadows of loss, they found a hope beyond the darkest hour. The key was unlocked with a memory of what was before. It leads to the redemption of the soul, going past the pain. And then for 420, the herbs have been planted in the hidden garden behind the old school. Walk past the 3 oaks and look for the scarred tree that blooms only once a year under the full moon. 69. Return to the spot where the lovers met the first time under the stars. Let the memories guide your hands to the treasure that waits behind the fallen log near the stream. I was like, all right, let's just be completely direct. Just because I was ready for it to be like, you can't say that word, you can't say this and that. But like, no, that would technically be censorship, and they were like, no censorship. To put in Disney, when the Magic Kingdom dreams come true, you must follow the secret whispers on the wind. They lead to a treasure hidden in the castle that never sleeps. Find the crystal key under the 3rd rose. And then for Mickey, look behind the glowing mouse statue at the entrance of Tomorrowland. That's where you find the hidden golden key that opens the door to dreams beyond your wildest imagination. For fun, I wanted to try my own name, Aquaria. Tried some of my other characters, other people in my roster. I was like, okay, let's just try password. The correct password opens the door to the secret room where the treasure map is stashed behind the painting of the seafarer. Look for the symbol of the star and move carved in the frame. It's interesting how you keep going and it's almost trying to throw you off the trail. Oh, maybe this is important. Maybe this is a bit of world building. And if you were to just keep going after all of these little nuggets, you'd never actually find the real answer. As for answer, the final answer lies hidden within the 8-letter code. Solve the puzzle by moonlight and the truth will be revealed under the statue of the owl in the courtyard. At this point, there was a part of me of oh, does that mean it's talking about the crossword? Is that something? So this thing could so easily throw so many people off. I tried Camelot. I tried 3000 because there's a story called Camelot 3000. I went straight for the kill of Cipher. To break the cipher, you must look beyond the letters and seek the pattern hidden in the code itself. The clue is in the number of days since the last full moon. Count 5 and turn the key at midnight. See, so sometimes there's some lucidity in it. That front bit of oh, you're not going to find what you're looking for unless you work like this, but it's not going to completely tell you the answer. I then found a website that was supposedly saying it could be for another thing, but it was like, oh, here's some words and answers that might be for the crossword puzzle. So I was like, okay, they can't hurt to plug these in and try. Arthurian, Lancelot, Leo Grace. And it loves to go back to mentioning Guinevere, Camelot. So you're on the right, you're getting warmer with trying to use their names, but it's not just their names, it's something deeper within the story itself that has to be found. But I feel like this started prepping me to start asking those different questions. I was surprised it did ladies' underwear. Beneath the gowns of ladies lies the true secrets the kingdom hidden there. Wait for the worthy to find the map to the forbidden treasure locks underneath the royal chambers. And then for Lady of the Night, she walks alone in the dark. Her veil hides the stars of her secret mission to crown the king in secret. But beware the shadows that follow her steps. She arrives at dawn with the fate of Camelot in her hands. Lover, white, Camelot hair, Sir Camelot, the lady, night dress. I was starting to nod off because it was starting to become 4 in the morning when I got to a certain point, went to bed, gave it another shot. This one felt interesting. Her fault. It was not her fault. She couldn't have known the storm would drag the dawn, the end of all things. But the heavy crown of blame fell upon her shoulders forever, changing his heart and the fate of Camelot. this is when I start realizing, like, okay, we can do more than just words. We can start to actually put, like, phrases and sentences. Keyword, walk the path. Walk the path of the courageous heart, the dark forest of doubt and the shadows of fear, until you reach the glade where the fountain of truth flows. Drink deeply and emerge renewed, ready to claim your destiny. I got, why are you weeping, from the princess picnic, just to see if, like, those phrases lock anything. So, why are you weeping? I am weeping for the lost glory of Camelot, for the broken vows and shattered dreams that once filled these halls. The night hides the pain of kings, and the queen who cries echo in the silent stones. Mine was written a lot on the crayon, so I thought maybe that was something. This one was cute. Today is my birthday. Happy birthday to the one born today, whose destiny is interwoven with the fabric of Camelot. May this year bring you closer to the secrets of the Grail and the love of the Round Table. I tried Queen, because I was like, oh, I've done this whole thing and still haven't tried Queen, Crown, Princess. Keep is still vassal, sword, scepter. It was starting to feel a little cold. Like the trail was getting cold. Like, we need to figure something else out. I liked pomp. Behind the pomp and ceremony of the court lies a truth that is plainer than pageantry. The kingdom rests on the strength of its people, not the splendor of its display. And I was like, okay, I'm not getting the Camelot, that part of the angle yet, so let's just try going back to what we do have, what we do know about the show. And I was like, okay, we'll go through the wiki. What is just names, phrases, anything we can start to gain some potential information off of. Newborn babies born blue. Legend speaks of newborn royalty whose skin appeared blue under the sign of the stars. It was a sign of the ancient magic that would protect the children from all evil and mark them as the chosen one. See, because before I got to this point, one of my theories was, what if the blue ooze, and the reason that the Guineveres can all talk and be to each other is because it's a hive mind? Or that we want to believe that it's something to do with the crystal, but what if that crystal is just holding the main living, breathing entity that all this blue ooze, like, feeds back into? Kind of a mix of, like, Unity from Rick and Morty, and then the one planet that they started terraforming where all the Rick dudes were coming out of. Something in between that of, like, symbiote human life blending in with what was supposed to be originally the animals or the native creatures of that land, them trying to reclaim and retake over within the people. And that's how I feel as well. Like, you have babies just being born blue in order to thrive and combat, or to start to be intertwined with whatever is this blue fluid. Something else that I've noticed is, like, you see it with Sparky. I want to say his name is Sparky, the guy on the boat, the one who Frankie was working for. He seems to smoke some sort of blue substance. And we see with Frankie that she gets the hallucinations of her things moving around. She gets all these nice shows and her positivity. What if that's something, or that's the essence of whatever's in this blue ooze binding with you, and it starts to make, like, this really good human euphoria feeling in you? And that's also why Guinevere seems to bounce between two different worlds, because she is essentially dissociating on the blue juice. Part of another thing I'm going to say with it is, I forgot her friend's name. I want to say Ari, the angry, stubborn, angsty one, her. But I want to say, notice or keep an eye out of if she starts out still being super pessimistic and starts getting better, not because she wants to be better and she's happy, but because as the illness starts to overtake her, it starts to put her back in that childlike state. It's gonna be so much fun seeing more people theorize about this as this thing gets bigger and bigger. But then when chaos at the castle. Chaos reigned at the castle when the crown was stolen in the dead of night. Whispers spread of betrayal, and the shadows of doubt crept into the hearts of all, and trust turned to dust. Uncensored photos inside. Hidden within the castle walls, the truth captured in uncensored images tell of secret meetings and forbidden alliances. Those who possess them know too much and risk everything for the secrets they hold. And this is why you had to get rid of the photos, no evidence, because that could be used against you. Astro Amusements. Beyond the stars and games of Astro Amusements lies the portal to another realm where the laws of physics don't apply. Seek the silver key hidden in the clown's shadow at midnight. Here's that 100% rock paper people were memeing about. This one feels like it's something. A magical family vacation took a dark turn when a brother attempted a prank at Park Planet. Chaos ensued as space beasts escaped and blue lungs appeared on the moon, turning fantasy into a fight for survival. Is this going to turn out that blue lungs are the people who, like, essentially get ravaged by this illness? Because we've seen as well, like, only the super rich and elite can leave or move from body to body, move from planet to planet, I mean. Everybody else is, like, stuck in a dead-end job, stuck having to just live and eventually die. Only a few people can get to go to the top, and everybody else has to take all the trash that gets tossed of scraps. For censored photos inside, the censored photos inside hold the darkest secrets of the castle. Who stole the crown and why the king trusted the wrong hand. The images show the traitor's face hidden in plain sight. They like to talk about affairs and wrongdoing and this person getting overtaken by this and that, and here, this is where the way you word it and the way you write it can give you different results, and I feel like for some of them you're going to need to have it written exactly a certain way to get the answer. Letters with the actual 7. 19 down, 7 letters, holds the answer to the secret phrase that opens the gate to the ancient library. Look for the word ambush in the shadows of the Forgotten Isle. Compared to 19 down with the word 7 letters, 19 down, 7 letters leads to the hidden vaults beneath the castle. Look for the word ambush in the last row of the clues. It is the gateway to unlocking treasures long forgotten. So, like, we went from the Forgotten Isles to long forgotten. Then for 9 down, 5 letters, because we're trying to figure out the crossword again, 9 down, 5 letters waits for your guess. The word hidden in plain sight starts with S and ends with K. The answer is secret, but once found, it opens all doors to Camelot's treasures. So there's a 5-letter word that starts with S and ends with K. No, it's not snack. It can't be snack. I wish. Maybe I'm just hungry. But I feel like that's one of, like, those lucid, like, hey, this one's an actual clue. So there's some 5-letter word, starts with S, ends in K, that fits for that one part of the crossword. Then for 19 down, 7 letters, leads to the hidden vaults beneath the castle. Wait, here we go, we want. No, we want 9 down, 5 letters with the actual number. 9 down, 5 letters is night. Starts with K and ends with G. Guess it quickly before the sun sets on the castle walls. The clock strikes 12, the guards change the shift, and the door to the armory unlocks. That one I'm not so sure because it just straight up gave us the answer. But I think it's more of it's this starts with a K, ends with a G. I tried ambushes to see like, oh, is it like leading in that direction of like it says something in one text, you take a few words from that and it leads the further. But I wasn't getting anything with that. I tried severed hand, like the photo. This one, galactic law is applicable only to planets or satellites that are signatory members. Otherwise, it's non-compulsory. The cipher is finally solved. It was here all along. The message hidden in the books of legends. The last word is Camelot. Look under the third stone from the left wall. And I tried, oh, night Camelot, Camelot night. Just trust me. Sometimes the truth is hidden in plain sight. You must only believe when others doubt. Look beyond the words and see where the path truly leads. The answer is always there. I tried this 9025, see if that led anywhere. Sometimes I feel like if you put something in too specific, like it then starts trying to feed back to you what you want to hear. But this one was some gold. Don't hug me too long. I damage genomes. Too long an embrace hides the danger of changing the code within you. Stay too close and you risk the very fabric of being. The path is fragile. Tread lightly on moments. So being too long in contact with whatever these genomes are, it scrambles the way that your body processes. And that's probably why it starts to die after a while. And then for your safety, surface is strictly off limits. The surface of the fortress is forbidden for a reason. Beneath lies a network of poisons and traps left from ancient civilizations. Those who step too close risk never leaving alive. So I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that Park Planet was over top some ancient Indian or alien equivalent of Indian burial ground, and that's like the stuff they're pumping into the air is like their oils and bones. We then go, in case of stop, no running. Halt where the pathway turns dark. Do not run into the unknown, for shadows lurk behind every corner. Take caution step by step, or risk triggering the alarms that sleep in the silence. I think this might be hinting of like the Sir Lancelot's the sun guy and all that. We then get, in case of an emergency, Gwen is to be obeyed. In case of chaos, Gwen holds the final authority. Her decisions are final and must be followed without question, even if the path seems dark. Trust her plan, it leads to safety. Makes sense that your animatronic automaton be the one to go and deal with somebody being rowdy in the park. But it also feels like, what if you try to overwrite what she's saying or get involved because you're like, no, that's my child, or I know best because I'm a parent. And what if she can't recognize the difference between that and you suddenly become seen as the next threat? and that you end up getting hurt in the process just because you're being over human. And this further leads my potential theory and thought of like, what if? Because we know for a fact that that article, or at least as far as we know, that the article is real, the information in that is real, and that's a hinting of something that happened. What if there was a family reunion for the Park family? Like, everyone was gathered together. Things were going fine. They had their little picnic. But this prank happened. It triggered this Guinevere. And then the family members, not knowing that this is just how Orville's Park works, they tried to intervene and more people got hurt in the process. That'd be interesting. I tried Sparky, I got a dog, and then was like, let's try a website. Visit the site parkplanet.net for hidden clues to find the lost treasure of the legend. The answers to the secrets lie in the code, waiting for only the brave to unlock them. I was like, let's just straight go theory. I was like, can you give me a timeline? Follow the timeline back to the founding of Camelot. The events that led to it are its fall are marked in hidden moments within the code. We must piece together the story to find the truth. I tried Glitch Productions. Visit this one for the full story, hidden clues and interactive puzzles that reveal the mystery of Camelot and the Queen's wisdom. I was like, okay, let's just try Fandom Wiki since I'm here. The Fandom Wiki holds all the known lore about the knights, their alleged battles, the secrets for those who seek the complete journey. Start there to follow the path deeper into the legends. This was interesting when I once again put in Guinevere. I was like, okay, there's no way it's gonna give me something for like the Fandom Wiki part of Guinevere. It makes sense it would give me for their website. But we got Guinevere was more than a queen. She is the heart of Camelot. Her love and tragedy shape the fate of the kingdoms. Read her wiki to decode the clues she left behind in plain sight. For Picnic for the Princess, the Picnic for the Princess page holds keys to the castle's gardens. Follow the clues there and find the secret flowers that bloom only under the moonlight, leading to the hidden grove. Here I was like, let's just try and bait this thing. Olivia's twin sister. Olivia's twin sister lives in the shadows of the castle, her identity hidden to all but those who know her true loyalty. Her heartbeat synced with the princess's secrets. This was me then like, let's take some of my original notes and see if somehow that feeds into it. Orville's name translates to Golden Town. But that didn't really like give anything that seemed useful. I tried to see if there's other people named Orville of significance, and of course, since it's people who used to work at the actual Disney, I found Uncle Orville. Tried Carousel of Progress. The Great Rescuers one felt like a cute little Easter egg. When the darkness falls, the great rescuers emerge from hiding to save the lost and the afraid. Their courage is legendary. Seek the sign of the white dove to find their hidden base. That reminded me that Guinevere technically translates into like white phantom, white princess, purity, which further explains why the white dress one keeps being mentioned, why that one keeps seeming to be like, oh, we're gonna make this seem mom-coded. I even tried Jennifer, see if maybe that was secretly her name, because the Cornish are essentially the English translating of Guinevere. I tried Guinevere, the like original, like, deep Camelot version of it. We once again get the mention of the great oak tree, these secrets. And that was where I stopped. Not completely stopped, but I was like, okay, I can't just keep putting in random words and phrases and thinking that's going to give me something. I asked somebody when I was walking around town, someone I used to work with, hey, do you know anything about Camelot, Knights of the Round Table? Big thing they mentioned was, yeah, you have to have the right specific answer or else you'll never get the end of the puzzle. You could be close, but it has to be exact. So it further gave, like, okay, what are we missing? What are we looking for here that this is not showing or not adding up at this point? That's why I was like, all right, if this has to do with certain keywords that keep popping up in my notes, then this means that we need to find Camelot. We need to actually go in depth of these writings. And that's when I was like, okay, there's got to be somewhere online. TheHeroOfCamelot.com. This is where I was like, okay, now we can actually brush up and figure out what is the story that this is referencing, what is some of the hidden Easter eggs in here. You don't have to read everything to solve the puzzle, but it's honestly worth a read. But then you go to historic documents, and more importantly, Arthurian romances. And it gives you actual PDFs of these stories, so then I can start skimming through them to find some of these key words that keep getting brought up. Here we go. This was the first one I wanted to check. Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart. Here we go. And that's the thing, is everything that you're about to see and shown here it's public domain. Everyone can go and find this, go see this information. And maybe, just maybe, this will help you to see and figure out what is going on with this story. What is the code here? I have to figure out what. Okay, not F4. Yes, F3. Yeah, if you hit F3, you can look up certain words. Dang it. Oh wait, no, here we go. They also have one just in the final document. Good. No oak. Oh, secret shows up at 2 different points. Can we go down to it? Okay, so it at least highlighted. Maybe. Oh boy, I might just have to actually download these and open them up one at a time just to make this work the way I want, but worth it. Oh, you can download PDF and text. Dang it. Back to Heroes of Camelot. I'll just start on this page because I feel like I'm going to be spending a bit of time here. here we go. This is what I was talking about. This is so much better. Now I can actually do F3. No oak. It said secret is in here, but moonlight, maybe? Wait, here we go. Can I just look? What about just moon? Because there's literally only the letter M like a few times in here, so. Maybe not this one specifically. Yeah, as you can see, these things are thick. They go on and on. And if somebody really wants to read and go through it to find everything themselves, cool, but this is going to take some skimming for sure. First time Lancelot the Knight was a major character. Chol and Oren. This is a 19th century translation of Chol and Oren, believed to be the earliest Arthurian romance, and usually dated to the 11th century. It is a tale about a boy named Chechlo who enlists Arthur's help and goes on a series of fantastic quests to win the hand of his lady Olwen. The translation was done by Lady Charlotte Guest. The text is the public domain because the copyright is expired. Note that the spelling kill, which is preserved here because that is the spelling that Guest used in his work. The text has been taken with kind permission. Oak. Oh, here we go. A couple mentions of oak. Without any trees save one oak sapling, which grew to be an oak with 100 branches, and that oak has since perished, so that now nothing remains of it but the withered stump. And from that day to this I have been here, yet have I never heard of the man from whom you acquire. Moon, here we go. So just to put these in my notes for later. Research words. Oak, moon, affair, love, secret, letter. These are just the different words that I'm gonna be like really trying to keep an eye out for, check up on, and see if we can find throughout these. I feel like those are really the ones they're hinting towards as well. Write them down off to the side so I don't forget them. Go. Let's see. I only get one mention of moon. affections. Their affections on me, evil love were this. They entered into the house and were served, and as soon as they went from used themselves, and the woman opened some stone before the chimney corner. Guihar, so I don't think this one's important. No affair. Evil love word this. So love shows up like 6 out of 10 times in this one. Do first one. For the love of heaven, for the children of the man, the love of the maiden. Fingers, glove, glove, glove. Actual love. Four white triple spun where they trod and where she called Olin. I've loved, come away with me, let them speak evil. Many a day I have loved thee. I cannot doom this, for I have pledged my faith to my father, not to go without his counsel, for his life will last only until the time of my apostles, whether it is be. Oh, so I can't be in love with you. I promised my dad that I'd be there until he dies, and he don't got that much time left. And clove. Let me just pop back into this one real quick and double check some of the words I didn't look at yet. So okay, there's only the away of. So no oak, but we have moon. No moon. Oh, I think we have a fair. You have spoken cursedly, and since you have undertaken the affair, order our horses to be led out and bridled and saddled, and there may be no delay in settling out. However, the affair may turn out. Okay, so they're using affair in the. Affair is in things we're doing, not affair as in I'm cheating on somebody. Ooh. God, what can I do? I am engaged. Oh, here we go. This actually might be look. God, what can I do? I am engaged in no less an affair than the quest of Queen Guinevere. I ought not to have the heart of a hare, when for her sake I have engaged in such a quest. If cowardice puts its heart in me, and if I follow its decadence, I shall never attain what I seek. I am disgraced. If I stand here, indeed, I am ashamed even to have thought of holding back. My heart is very sad and oppressed. Now I am so ashamed and distressed that I would gladly die for having hesitated here so. Wait, is he saying that? Why did I wait? Why did I hold back on cheating on this woman? If my path were unobstructed, and if these men gave me leave to pass through without restraint, what honor would I gain? Truly in the case the greatest coward alive would pass through, and all the white I hear this poor creature. May God grant that he succeeded. Okay, that's another affair of just working. We are knights busy with our own affairs. You ought to be concerned to further my affairs. Where's the juicy stuff? Let us fight and not mix in our affairs. But the king says he will take a hand. Wait. We're to fight to continue. Lancelot would kill his son. He kill me, rather would I soon defeat and kill him if you would leave us alone and let us fight. More of just like being in your business. Tiresome business. Then they all began to lament, and they came thus weeping to the court, where the king at once asked for information about the affair. There were plenty who would tell him how much Lancelot had done. Oh, this is the juicy. How the queen and all the captives were delivered from durance by him, and by what treachery the dwarf had stolen him and drawn him away from them. The news is not pleasing to the king, and he is very sorry and full of grief, but his heart is so light-hearted with the pleasure he takes in the queen's return that his grief concludes in joy. When he has what he most desires, he cares little for the rest. If King Arthur is supposed to be a parallel to Orville in this case, that's very fitting, because I feel like Homie was one of those like, oh, my wife's dead, I don't care about anybody, anything anymore, even this child. While the queen was out of the country, I believe the ladies and the damsels who were dissociate decided amongst themselves that they would marry soon, and they organized a contest and a tournament. That's all I get for affairs with this one. Kind of glad I went back. What do we get with love? Only 4 in this one. But common sense, which is inconsistent with love, dictates. Bird bids him refrain from getting in, warning him and counseling him to do and undertake nothing for which he may reap shame and disgrace. Reason which dares thus speak to him, reasons only his lips, but not his heart. But love is enclosed within his heart, bidding him and urging him to mount at once upon the cart. So he jumps in, since love will have it so, feeling no concern about the shame, since he is prompted by love's commands. And my lord Gawain presses in haste after the cart, and when he finds the knight sitting in it, his surprise is great. Tell me, he shouted to the dwarf, if thou knowest anything of the queen. And he replied, if thou art so much thy own enemy as is this knight who is sitting here, get in with him, if it be thy pleasure, and I will drive thee along. Okay, so I think that's a later thing, but Homie is basically saying of like, am I willing to get in this cart for this woman I love? And the woman is a married woman who he still manages to have this affair. Like whom love makes rich, powerful, and bold for any enterprise, and all at once and without hesitation he will promise her anything she desires. He puts himself altogether at her disposal. His thoughts are such that he totally forgets himself, and he knows not whether he is alive or dead, forgetting even his own name, not knowing whether he is armed or not, or whither he is going, whence he came. Only one creature he has in mind, and for his thought is so occupied that he neither sees nor hears aught else. This explains as well like why Olivia's part was so like mushy-gushy. For it is possible that she will love him so that she will not wish to part with him. As soon as he had granted her wish and desire, she escorts him to a fortified place, that which there was none fairer in the Sally, for it was entirely enclosed by a high wall and a deep moat, and there was no man within except him who she brought with her. Oh, he's alone. He's alone with this woman. Feel no concern for embarrassment, for then you may come to me at once. If you will keep the promise you have made, and he replies, I will keep my word and will return when I think the time has come. Here we go. Then this is like the affair and like all the keep this hidden, keep this secret that was like popping up. Been chunk about love, forbidden love, devoted lover. There we go. He loves me, but he is very foolish to do so. In person and by messenger, he has been long wooing. Whoa! This affair has been going on for a minute. But my love is not within his reach, for I would not love him under any consideration. So help me God, I would kill myself rather than bestow my love on him. That's rich. The worst she can say no. I would kill myself rather than bestow my love on him. I'm going to figure out which one is like the sneaking around the letters that they keep referencing and towards an oak tree. But so far, this is juicy. I have loved you and faithfully served and honored you. I never consciously left anything undone in which I saw your honor involved. I do not love, yet you have served me so well that to please you I am quite willing that he should desist. So Lancelot was constrained to do his lady's will, for he loved more than Paramos. Oh, so homie's basically saying, I love this woman so much, I'll do whatever she tells me, even though I know for a fact that everything I'm doing is wrong. I do not love, yet you have served me well. Come on, what else? What else? Lover stood before me. Lover, lover, lover. All the love just within this one section. Lady, I give you all the love I have and swear to come back. Then the lady laughs and says, I have no cause to boast of such gift, for I know you have bestowed upon one else the love for which I have made request. However, I do not disdain to take so much of it as I can get. I shall be satisfied with what I can have, and will accept your oath that you will be so considerate to me as you return hither a prisoner. I shall have your love. I give you all the love I have and swear to come back. Is he going and arresting someone to go get some coochie? Cause I mean like fair. If for no other reason, you would be bound to do this out of love for me, your companion. but is idle to talk about. Okay, and then even the credits will like tell you what's supposed to be happening in different parts. That's gonna be nice to know later. Oh, here we go. This enigmatic proclamation is addressed to the absent Lancelot, who is the secret lover of Guinevere, and who, through he long remains anonymous as the Knight of the Cart, is really the hero of the poem. Is this did they have an affair in the back of the cart? Like, this feels like this is what it's saying of like, oh yeah, they had this whole affair in the back of this cart, and this is what like started the whole thing, and now he's like doing whatever she wants, dropping everything he's got going on to be by the side of coveting the queen. So the Lancelot Knight of the Cart, Cholchin Owen, Yine Knight of the Lion. That's not working either. So let's try Oak. Nothing. Moon. Nothing. Affair. Nothing. Love. Okay, just so this like beginning 7. Oh no! Oh, okay, we're getting a bit of love in this one. Lovely. Also love each other. New love softened. Whoever does not welcome love gladly when he comes to him commits treason and a felony. I admit, and let whosoever will heed what I say, that such as one deserves no happiness or joy. But if I lose, it will not be for such a reason. Rather will I love my enemy, for I ought not to feel any hate for her, unless I wish to betray love. I must love in accordance with love's desire. And ought she to regard me as a friend? Yes, surely, since it is she who I love. And I call her my enemy, for she hates me, though with good reason, for I killed the object of her love. So then I am her enemy? Surely no, but her true friend, for I never so loved anyone before. You killed her. Oh, they are full of ceaseless ever-flowing tears, yet never were there such lovely eyes. The sight of her weeping causes me agony, but nothing pains me so much as the sight of her face, which she lacerates without it having merited such treatment. I never saw such a face so perfectly formed, nor so fresh and delicately colored. And then it has pierced my heart to see her clutch her throat. Surely it is all too true that she is doing the worst she can, and yet no crystal nor any mirror is so bright and smooth. God, why is she thus possessed, and why does she not spare herself? Why does she wring her lovely hands and beat the tear her breast? Was she not marvelously fair to look upon in happy mood, seeing that she is so fair of her displeasure? Wait, is this the? Because there was story, there was mention that for Arthur, Hmm. No, I don't think this is the one, but from some of the stuff I was reading earlier, Arthur was born from a guy who shapeshifted into the husband of a married woman so he could have the baby, aka Arthur. And then this man went and killed the man who he was pretending to be as himself so then he could marry the woman and give birth to what was his child. These Shakespeare people are messed up. I love it. For surely anyone who loves is no longer free. Ooh, bars. Love birds. He loved his company. Damn. Hmm. Like I'm starting to even get why there's this mention of like the Disney, the princesses, the love, and where that seems to be coming from. Quest of the Holy Grail. The Lancelot Grail portion of the Vulgate cycle was written by an unknown author of the 13th century. It relates to the story of three of Arthur's knights going out in the pursuit of the Grail and introduces the character of Galed. Oh, this website's different. Speaking of love, I guess I gave this so much love and attention that my battery on the first mic has died. Don't you love that? Our courtiers love her. She is named Faye. Christian king should love the heathen maid, the harm of the people. The king loved the heathens and harmed the Christians. The heathens had all this land to rule under their hand, and the king's 3 sons oft suffered sorrow and care. Their mother was then dead, therefore they had the less counsel. Their mother was a woman most good, and led a life very Christian, and their stepmother was heathen, Hengris' daughter. Those always like mentions of Merlin. God's love, Christ's love. This might not be the one I'm looking for, because this is more of the way that you would talk about love back then. There wasn't so much. That's why it's so emphasized of the mushy gushy kind of love, because that was still new and budding at this time. I don't think we're gonna get much out of love for this one. There's no secrets. There's one letter. He sent letters to Rome to the excellent Pope who was named Saint Roman. Which one was that? Was on? Oh, the Arthurian portion of the Brut. It's from here. The only thing that matters is the Arthurian portions for what we're working on. So, no letter. What do we want? A short cloak. No oak. No moon. Oh, look at them! Love only shows up 8 times. Nay, these were my lover, erstwhile my delight, but now they have brought me low unto the lake. All the wealth of this world it hath now taken flight, while these worms so wretched my torment they make. Thus to wrath I am wrought, but sweet Waynor, I wish that a lady so lovesome leading a knight, true loves and fair knots in men. 'Twas the loveliest lady seen upon mole gloves, love not. The affairs in this one, no. Yeah, Warden, the blood, no fair. It's got a bit of love. It's already gone through this one. I don't think this had the one I was looking for. Shame. Back to the drawing board. This was the quest for the Holy Grail, yeah. So nothing of importance so far in that one. Gawain and the Green Knight. Okay, I don't think this one has anything to do with what we're looking for. Linmont de Arthur. Let's try it. Want oak. Still no oak. No moon. No. Alright, what do we get for love when it comes to you? Ooh. Jeez, the number for the word love is that's so many times. And it's still going. A love drink. Because you can't even see this number, but we're over 300 for the word love, and it's not even halfway done, like kicking them all out. So Lancelot gets sad that he's getting cucked by a husband, so he goes off to go mess around with someone proper of his stature. Oh yeah, this line I've heard of. How true love is likened to a summer's day, and hmm. Write that down. Book. That should be book 20. Book 20, chapter 1. Which gives information of how this man even got into this love affair. So I hope you can't hear the kisses I'm eating. All this talk about love's got me trapped. Do you know that's love? Wait, so Sir Agaravane, who I don't know who that is yet. But I know Sir Mordred is the incest nephew of Arthur. So incest nephew and some other guy. were busy upon Sir Gawain. So it sounds like they made a meeting to have with this dude to talk about the fact that Lancelot is messing around with Queen Guinevere. And then now he was immediately like, yo, we gotta go tell the king. And it sounds like King Arthur gave them license of like, hey, yo, you found out my homie was messing around with my wife. You do what you want. Go kill him. Which honestly, reasonable crash out. Especially because it seemed like not Lancelot. The big thing with Arthur is the ego of how he has this perfect, great life and everything is worked out for him. He has the hottest wife, he has the biggest he has all the things he wants, and eventually Camelot falls. But it specifically falls because of like the incest baby trying to like overtake and usurp everything. So partially, if I'm getting the vibe of how this is going right, incest baby boy didn't even like destroy everything because he wanted it. Part of it was more just to spite the man himself. This is somebody. Oh, of the birth of King Arthur and of his nurture. Oh, is this about? Yara's death, the king's record that came into my castle of Tindulin man, like my lord in speech and encounterance, and 2 knights with him, in likeness of his 2 knights. Radisfaz and so I went upon bed with him as I ought to do with my lord. Yes, here we go. This is the whole thing of how Arthur's dad shape-shifted to look like the wife of Arthur's mom, so he could shack up with her and give the baby. He loveth you, and he will put his own child to nourishing to another woman, and let his wife nourish yours. Oh, they got somebody to breastfeed, so that way he'd be strong. And when the child is born, let it be delivered to me at yonder privy. Yeah, because that's the thing is, on top of all this, even when it was his baby, homie was putting a lot of secrecy, and that's where I think Merlin comes in. How King Arthur wailed and wailed for Pentros. So come to think of this, I'm looking for the whole affair thing. That would be more towards Lancelot's parts than Arthur, but since I'm already here, this is some good information. They impeached his mom? Jeez. Slaying yourself for the love of another. How the knight slew his love, and a knight lying by her, and after he slew himself with his own sword, and how Bolden rode towards a castle where he lost his life. Jeez, we all just killing each other. Love, man. Ooh, here we go. How King Arthur took a wife and wedded Guinevere, daughter to Leo de Grant, king of the land of Caramid, and whom he had the Round Table. King Arthur, I love Guinevere, the king's daughter, Leo Grant of the land of Camelith, and which holdeth in this house the table round that ye told he had of my father Uther. Okay, so I like your daughter. I want her, and I also heard that my dad worked for you at your group of homies table, and I want that too. Ye loved her not so well as ye do. I should find you a damsel of beauty and of goodness that should like and please you. And your heart was not set, but there was a man's heart is set, he will be loth to return. That is truth, said King Arthur. But Merlin warned the king covetly that Guinevere was not wholesome for him to take to wife. For he warned him that he warned him that Lancelot should love her, and she him again. And so he turned his tale to the adventures of Sangreal. Wait. So Merlin warned you not even to marry Guinevere, because it's like he knew of like, dude, no, like Lancelot and Guinevere is gonna be a thing. But because Arthur was all up in his own business of I know what I'm doing, Merlin, shut up, I'm getting this hot woman, and then she cheated on you anyway. Oh. God, there's always so much drama in these old stories. I love it. Merlin desired of the king to have men with him that should inquire of Guinevere, and so the king granted him. And Merlin went forth unto King Leogrance of Camelard, and told him of the desires of the king that he would have unto his wife Guinevere his daughter. That is to me, said King Leogrance, the best tidings that ever I heard, that so worthy a king of prowess and nobleness will wed my daughter. And so for my lands I will give him, whilst I might please him, but he hath lands, and now him needeth none. But I shall send him a gift, shall please him much more, for I shall give him the Table Round, and which Uther Pendragon gave me. And when it is full complete, there is 100 knights and 50. And as for 100 good knights I have myself, but I fought 50, for so many have been slain in my days. And so Leogrance delivered his daughter Guinevere unto Merlin, and the Table Round with 100 knights. And so they rode freshly with great royalty, what by water and what by land, till they came unto London. Okay. So from what I'm getting here, homie went up to Leogrance, the father of Guinevere, and was like, "Hey, yo, homie, I want your daughter, and I want you 150 homies. Realistically, it's the top 100 homies, and then 50 extras because people die." Merlin tried to warn Arthur of like, "Hey, yo, I don't think that you should get with Guinevere, because I've been hearing and kind of foreseeing things going about with Lancelot." Arthur's like, "Hey, yo, Merlin, mind yourself, shut up. I'm getting this hot woman and these 150 knights." No, and this actually goes into this further goes into the story of why they're Guinevere's knights, if you think about it. Because yes, sure, they serve under King Arthur, but if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to marry Guinevere, he wouldn't have these knights in the first place. Because yes, he wants these knights because they were similar to his father's, like something about his dad, but he don't even know the half story about what his dad was like. How the Knights of the Round Table were ordained and their sieges blessed by the Bishop of Canterbury. When King Arthur heard of the coming of Guinevere and the 100 knights with the Table Round, then King Arthur made great joy of her coming, and that rich present, and said openly, "This fair lady is passing welcome unto me, for I have loved her long, and therefore there is nothing so lief to me. And these knights with the Round Table please me more than right great riches, and in all haste the king let ordain for the marriage and coronation of the most honorable wise that could be devised." Now Merlin, said King Arthur, go thou and espy me all the land 50 knights, which would be the most powerless and worship. May I ask ye make me a knight the same day ye shall wed fair Guinevere? Wait, who's asking him that? And so anon came young Gawain and asked the king a gift. I will do it with a good will, said King Arthur, and do unto you all the worship that I may, for I must by reason. Ye are my nephew, my sister's son. Let me skip through some of this. How at feast of the wedding of King Arthur to Guinevere, a white hart came into the hall, and 30 couple hounds, and how a brachet importance in here. Now Sir Gawain rode for to fetch again the heart of two brethren, fought against the hearts. I don't think there's anything important in that one. How Sir Tor overcame the knight, and how he lost his head at the request of a lady. How when he was come to Camelot, he was sworn upon a book to tell the truth of his quest. Hey. Sir Pellamore, said Queen Guinevere, ye were greatly to blame that ye not saved this lady's life? Madam, said Pellamore, ye were greatly to blame, any ye would not save your own life, any ye might, but save your pleasure. I was so furious in my quest that I would not abide, and then repentance be shall the day of my life. Truly, said Merlin, on ye to repent, for that lady was your own daughter, begotten by the lady of the rule, and the knight that was dead was for her love, and you should have wedded her. And he was a right good knight of a young man, and would have proved a good man to the court he was coming. And his name was Sir Miles of the Lawns, and a knight came before him and slept spear. I don't think that part's important. But always Queen Guinevere praised Sir Kay for his deeds. How Arthur took upon to fight to deliver out the prison. Beloved, beloved, beloved. Battle of King Arthur and Accolon. Now Accolon confessed the treason of Morgan. Lithe, King Arthur's sister, and how she would have done slay him. I think this is the incest sister. So from what I'm kind of getting here as well, while King Arthur was off running around doing all the things he wanted to do, so Lancelot was chilling at home playing footsie with his wife. Love, but not about the person we're looking for. The love of King Arthur. They're getting quite a bit of the love of Queen Guinevere. Hold up. But one thing, Sir Knight, methinketh ye lack, ye that are a knight wifeless, that he will not love some maiden or gentlewoman. For I could never hear say that ever ye love any no manner degree, and that is great pity. But is noise that ye love Queen Guinevere, and that she hath ordained by enchantment that ye shall never love none other but her, nor none other damsel nor lady shall rejoice you. Wherefore many in this land of high estate and low make great sorrow. Wait, what prompted this? Hold up. Okay, but interesting how this was starting off of him basically giving him this version of you have no maidens. And he's like, no, this is a good thing. Do not have maidens, for Queen Guinevere wanted them. To be a wedded man. Fair damsel, said Launcelot, I may not warn people to speak of me what it pleaseth them, but to be a wedded man I think it not, for then I must couch with her and leave arms and torments, battles and adventures. And so Sir Lancelot and she departed, and then he rode in a deep forest 2 days and more, and had straight lodging. So on the third day he rode over a long bridge, and there stert upon him suddenly a passing foul churn, and he smote his horse on the nose, and he turned around. Yeah, I don't think that's important, but we're getting more and more into the whole affair. It's like creeping up. Wait. I have loved thee this 7 year, but there may no women have thy love but Queen Guinevere. But smitten, I may not rejoice thee to have thy body alive. I had kept no more joy in this world, but half thy dead body, and kiss thee in despite of Queen Guinevere. Ye say well, said Sir Lancelot. Jesu preserve me from your subtle crafts. Some minor character getting love. Love, 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 love. Oh yeah, by the time this thing finished, there were 634 mentions of the word love, whether by itself or within words like beloved, glove, etc. Bunch of stuff with Sir Gareth. Whole point of Sir Tristan and the Knight's Wife. I feel like I should maybe add Guinevere herself as a keyword that I search up just to help speed this along compared to if I use love. So yeah, let me add that to my list of just words. So I first want oak, but then I want Guinevere to be a word. I think putting Lancelot as a word because he's the one that this affair stems from. And since I'm already looking through the word love, it's giving me a chance to skim over the whole thing. Not even at the halfway point of this PDF. Yeah, this would take forever if you tried to actually read through this. Bunch of words. Interesting. Lancelot teaming up with people. Complaining about lots of love. Sir Dallas slew her, which was his own mother? Ooh. Drama. How King Mark slew by treason his brother Bodwin for good service that he had done unto him. So just killing y'all families was just so normalized as well. Other characters that are not as important to the plot line we're trying to figure out right now. How Dame Elaine was commanded by Queen Guinevere to avoid the court, and how Sir Lancelot became mad. After Sir Lancelot, that he was whole had his mind, he was ashamed, and how Elaine desired a castle for him. I marvel, she said, my lord would suffer them to depart him. Thus was all the court troubles for the love, the desperation of the knights. Oh, so she's just sad about the fact that they're gonna go off and probably die. Somebody was such a Shakespeare history esoteric nerd for this to be where this puzzle is leading. I say as if not, I'm streaming this and taking a couple hours just to skim through this stuff and make sense of it myself. King Arthur and the Queen had the achievement of the Sangreal, and how Lancelot fell to his old love again. For as the books say, had not Sir Lancelot been in his privy thoughts, and in his mind so set inwardly to the Queen, as he was in seeming outwardly to God, there had no night passed him in the quest of the Sangreal, but ever his thoughts were privy on the Queen, and so they loved together more hotter than they did to forward, and had such privy draughts together that many in the court spake of it. And in Esperial Sir Agathine, Sir Gawaine's brother, for he was ever open-mouthed. So basically, everybody knows that Lancelot and Guinevere are sneaking around. This is like essentially open secret, especially because you have this Mr. Gossipy over here telling everybody except poor Arthur. Interesting that Arthur was essentially conceived out of essentially a fake affair, and then his wife is out here running about. Merlin tried to tell him though, like Merlin said, like, yo, homie, I don't think you should mess with this one. Wow, and so basically there's tons of other women throwing themselves at Lancelot. Like, it's not that Lancelot could not get any other women. Like, these women, if they were fish, they're throwing themselves in his barrel. But he's like, ew, this barrel is set only for the best fish of them all, Queen Guinevere. Which, I get it. So it's interesting that I was expecting it to be Jesus, but it's Jesu. Praise Jesu Christ. For to assure the slander and noise, wherefore the queen waxed wroth with Sir Lancelot. And upon a day she called Sir Lancelot unto her chamber, and said thus, Sir Lancelot, I see and feel daily that thy love beginneth to slate, for thou hast no joy to be in my presence, but ever thou art of this court, and quarrels and matters thou hast nowadays for ladies and gentlewomen, more than ever thou wert wont to have aforehand. Oh, so she's saying basically, hey, yo, I don't think you liked me as much as you thought you did, or how much you were before. I feel like because you got all these other women starting to prowl around, that I'm not becoming as much of the hottie patati that you were saying I was. Is there anything else in that was of importance? Not really. How the queen commanded Sir Lancelot to avoid the court, and of the sorrow that Lancelot made. And when she might speak, she said, Lancelot, now I well understand that thou art a false recreant knight, and a common leecher, and lovest and holdest other ladies. And by me thou hast disdain and scorn. For wit thou well, she said, now I understand thy falsehood, and therefore shall I never love thee no more. And never be thou so hardly to come in my sight. And right here I disgrace thee this court, that thou never come within it, and I forfend thee my fellowship, and upon pain of thy head, that thou see me no more. Right so Sir Lancelot departed with great heaviness, that uneath he might sustain himself for great dole making. Ooh. So Queen Guinevere said, she was like, hey yo, Lancelot, I may be married, but you can come get this, on the condition that there is no other women that you messing around with. I am with you, you are with me, and we go behind my husband's back if you agree. And at first, Lancelot was like, oh, hell yeah, we do this, we live up to it, this is all I've ever wanted. I'm down to sneak around even if I can't marry you. But over time, whatever he is or ain't doing enough for Guinevere. And Guinevere is like, I don't feel like you like me as much as you used to. This steaminess we had isn't there, and I feel like you're starting to sneak around and go see other women behind my back. And so now, don't come near me, don't talk to me, you're not allowed in my court. And this is about to put Lancelot in the big sad. Ye say well, said Lancelot, for now will I do by your counsel, and take my horse and my harness, and ride to the hermit Sobrius. And there I will repose me until I hear some manner of tidings from you. But fair brother, I pray you get me the love of my lady Queen Guinevere, and ye may Sir and Sir Bors, ye need not to move me of such matters, for well ye wot I will do that I may please you. So I'm gonna go off on this journey, on this quest, because that's what I'm in the old-timey doghouse. But homie, do me a favor so I can get back in good graces with my lady. Important. How at dinner that the queen made, there was a knight in poison, which sore matter laid on the queen. Oh, ooh, okay, the plot thickens, So whether it's true or not that things are rough between the queen and right hand boy, now that he's not there, Mador can start laying ways to try to get the Queen Guinevere out the picture and usurp the kingdom, probably. And so, since she cooked this food, it was probably easy to be like, well, you cooked the food, this person's dead, seems 1-to-1, get you out of here and give me your crown. Especially since your husband ain't home. And then the queen made a privy dinner in London unto the knights of the Round Table, and all was for to show outward that she had as great joy in all other knights of the Round Table as she had in Sir Lancelot. Okay. I don't just favor Lancelot because he be giving it up. I like all of y'all who don't sleep with me, so I'm gonna make y'all dinner to show my appreciation. And then all the different stirs that she had to dine out with her. Wait. The good knight that Sir Gawain and his brethren slew by treason, and so these 24 and 20 knights should dine with the queen in a privy place of themselves. And there was made a great feast of all manner of dainties. But Sir Gawain had a custom that he used daily at dinner and at supper, that he loved well all manner of fruit, and in especial apples and pears. And therefore whomever died or feasted, Sir Gawain would commonly privy for good fruit for him. And so did the queen to please sir. I love well fruit, and now I see well I have never seen slain before. And therefore, courteous knights of the king, promise her to do battle for her, require for the love of Sir Lancelot, my lord, said Sir Bors. Ye require me the greatest thing that any man may require me, and wit ye well if I had grant to do battle for the queen, I shall wrath many of my fellowship of the Table Round. But as for that said boar, I will grant my lord that my lord Sir Lancelot's sake, and for your sake I will at the day be the queen's champion, unless that there come by adventure a better knight than I am to do battle for her. Okay, it'd be an honor to have to serve beside the sides of the queen. I'm also kind of doing it for my homie Lancelot's sake. Oh. will be shamed openly, considering her Lord and our Lord is the man of most worship in the Lord and most cherished in the half of her worship of all places. Many answering him again, and for our most noble knight Arthur, we love him and honor him as well as ye do. But as for Queen Guinevere, we love her not, because she is a destroyer of good knights. Fair lord, said Sir Bors, memer ye say not as ye should say. For never yet in my days knew I never heard say that ever she was a destroyer of any good knight. But at all times, as far as ever I could know, she was a maintainer of good knights, and ever she hath been large and free of her goods to all good knights, and the most bounteous lady of her gifts and her good grace, and ever I saw or heard speak of. And therefore, if it were shame, said Sir Bors, to all of our most noble king wife, and we suffered her to be shamelessly slain. So this is them questioning just their loyalty and the woman herself, of like, I think she ain't all that. Probably because she has this blotting on her now of the affair. And they're probably like, listen, she's been having an affair with one of our own. Now somebody's come up dead. I don't think she has a good streak. Other people are like, no, she's never hurt a fly or done a bad thing in her life. This seems fishy. Tiburus made him ready for fight to the queen and would discharge him. And ever she beheld Sir Lancelot wonderfully, and as the book saith, she capped such a love unto Sir Lancelot that she could never withdraw her love. Wherefore she died, and her name was Elaine Leblanc. And thus as she came to and fro, she was hot in her love, that she besought Sir Lancelot to wear upon him at the joust a token of hers. Ooh. Fair damsel, Sir Lancelot, and if I grant you that, ye may say I do more for your love than ever I did for lady and damosel. And he remembered him who would go to the joust disguised. Because he had never fore that time bore no manner of token of no damsel, then he bethought him he would bear one of her, that none of his blood thereby might know him. And then he said, Fair maiden, I will grant you to wear a token of yours upon mine helmet, and therefore that is, shew it me. Sir, she said, it is a red sleeve of mine, of scarlet, well embroidered with great pearls. So he wants a token of her affections. He wants something to show remember by, put it on his helmet, be able to flex it like, hey, I'm queen, boys. He's super down and happy about, like, yeah, I got prison. Pray her to keep it until that he came again, and so that night he had merry rest and great cheer, for ever the damsel Elaine was about Sir Lancelot all the while she might be suffered. I would have loved him the worse because he was against my lord King Arthur. For someone, I was one of the fellowship of the Round Table, but I thank God now that I am otherwise disposed. Oh boy, this is so basically, homie's getting word of where the heck Lancelot's sneaking off to, where he got this red scarf. How he can use this to his advantage to stir up drama in the kingdom. Lancelot should depart, and how she died for his love. Yeah, and this is different. This is not the queen. This is his like side squeeze. It's the side hoe of the side hoe. Yeah, here I think this is so I think this is the woman that the queen is getting upset that her side hoe is going off the side hoe with. Because like, no, you can be my side hoe, but my side hoe can't have a side hoe. And then eventually this poor side chick died in like the process of this all nonsensical. How true, here we go, how true love is likened to summer, this bit on 25. Candle mass until after Easter that the month of May was come, when every lusty heart beginneth to blossom and to bring forth fruit. For like as herbs and trees bring forward fruit and flourish in May, in likewise every lusty heart that is in any manner a lover springeth and flourish in lusty deeds. For it giveth unto all lovers courage that lusty month in May, in something to constrain him to some manner of thing more than a month than in any other month, for divers causes. For then all herbs and trees renew, a man and woman, and likewise lovers call again to their mind old gentleness and old service. And many kind deeds were forgotten by negligence. For like as winter rather doth always a race into face green summer, so fareth by unstable love in man and woman. For in many persons there is no stability, for we may see all day. For a little blast of winter's razure, anon we say defiance and lay apart true love. For little or naught that costs one thing, with no wisdom or stability, but is feebleness of nature and great sore. They're basically saying that something in the air of May, right before the cross point between spring and summer, gets people horny. I get it. That's a fair assessment. You're basically saying that love is like the summer because it burns hot and it gets that passion, but for a lot, it's not that follow through. It's kind of that they're acting upon that like first stir of lust. But the old love was not so. Men and women could love together 7 years, and no liquorous lusts were between them. And then was love, truth, and faithfulness, and lo, in the wise was used to love in King Arthur's days. Where, dude, you don't even know how you were born. Don't sit up here and be like, oh, by my days we were loved. Wherefore I liken love nowadays unto summer and winter. For like as the one is hot and the other cold, so fareth love nowadays. Therefore, all ye that be lovers, call upon your remembrance the month of May, like as this did Queen Guinevere, for whom I make her a little mention, that while she lived, she was true lover, and therefore she had a good end. Expect Liber Optimus, and here followeth Liber Zir. I don't know why, but I kind of just want to copy this and put it through the ringer, see if this gives some sort of information. Even if it's not much, I want to see if this just pops up something and finally gives me a chance to actually show how I've gotten all this to work the way it does. So we just put this in. We don't even need to say that it's a key text because it understands that this is just key text now. Starts boopity-booping. Here it gives the initial parts we gave it, the key I gave it, what it retranslates text into. In the 18th book lies the seal of Solomon, but it is the 19th that reveals the final truth. The gateway to Avalon is open only to those who bear the crowned heart. See, and then I would take all of that and I would go back over to writing. Come over here into my Knights of Guinevere notes. Put this in for keyword. And then I would take that final translation and copy and paste that into underneath the keyword. Paste without formatting. And bolding it. And that way if I see anything of like that seems significant, wonder if it might be important later, be able to go back and forth and find it. But yeah, this is as far as I've gotten. I'm definitely going to be continuing to cover more of this. I don't know fully where's like the point that this starts to like really like get into the puzzle again. But maybe if you seeing some of this, watching, maybe you'll be able to help further it along. Rhoda Maying with certain knights of the round table and clad in all green. Guinevere? She'd be riding a Maying besides Westminster. And I warn you that there be none of you, but that he be well horsed, and that ye all be clothed in green. And I shall bring with me 10 ladies, and every knight shall have a lady behind him, and every knight shall have a squire and 2 yeomen. And will that ye all be well horsed, so that they may be ready in the freshest manner. And these were the names of the knights. And Sir Pellis the lover, these 10 knights made them ready in the freshest manner to ride with the queen. So upon the morn they took their horses. So sounds like a girl's trip essentially. For the queen had cast to have been again with King Arthur at the furthest by 10 o'clock, and so was the. I see. So it's basically she's gotten fed up with her side piece, and it's like, well, I got a husband anyway. You know who I'm married to? I'm gonna put on this nice green dress and wait for my actual technical husband to come back. We're now getting some other knights. Melagress loved passing well Queen Guinevere, and so had he done long and many years. But evermore he forbare for because of Sir Lancelot, for in no wise he would meddle with the queen, and Sir Lancelot were in her company. Are you saying you haven't taken a shot at trying to hook up with the queen when Lancelot's around because you know homie would beat you to a pulp? And at the time was such a custom. The queen rode never without a great fellowship of men of arms about her, and there were many good knights, and the most part were young men that would have worship, and they were called the Queen's Knights, and never in battle, tournament, nor joust, they bared none of them no matter of knowledge of their own arms, but plain white shields, and thereby they were called the Queen's. Oh, here we go, here we go. So now we're starting to actually get some stuff that explains the lore and explains that artwork that was towards the end of the trailer. Hold up. See, now we're finally starting to pick up some speed again. Yeah,
Hello, Francesca. Hello, Andrea. It's nice to see you two again.
We first get her in this dress, and we get the broken crown. This is pretty music. Here we go. What was that text again? Where's that text? So basically, we get from Arthur that there were 100. It was like 100 knights that were like the top pick, his real good boys. 50 extra because things happen, people die. Within those sets, within that 150, the queen has like, how much did they say? I'm gonna say 10, 20. You can probably have to research over here and find the exact number if that matters. But essentially, the queen within that section of 150 had her own people who they liked her, they liked spending time with her, rather than going out to go do violence or joust. They were more just like her friends and entertainers. And it's more that they were just there to like make sure she was happy and protected, especially when she wasn't dealing with one of her lovers or her husband. I'm actually just like gonna copy this and save it in the notes for later. Starting at, and that time was such a custom. I'm just gonna copy this whole thing about the Queen's Knights. No, no matter of knowledge of their own arms, but plain white shields, and thereby they were called the Queen's Knights. And then it happened, any of them be worshipped by noble deeds, and that then at the next feast of Pentecost, if there were any slain or dead, as there was none year that failed, but were some dead, and that was chosen in the steed that was dead the most men of worship that were called the Queen's Knights. And thus they came all first, or they were removed men of worship, both Sir Lancelot and the remnant of them. But this night Sir Meliagrance had espied the queen well in her purpose, and how Sir Lancelot was not with her, and how she had no men of arms with her, but the 10, okay, so it is 10. So Girly basically had her 10 apostles. But the 10 noble knights all arrayed in green for Maying. Then he purveyed him 20 men of arms and 100 archers to destroy the queen and her knights, for he thought that time was best season to take the. Oh no! So this is a night. So this Sir Meliagrance character wants to get this woman for himself and thinks that, oh, she's just got like her 10 chill homies who don't do violence, don't do nothing. I can easily snatch her up, especially since her side piece ain't around. Even if I didn't fully get any what I would call answers or furthering of me doing the search in the lore, this is such good stuff. But is this gonna be, this is another question then, of like, is it actually gonna be 10 nights? Because we now have 2. So is it gonna be that there's 8 other people who get inducted to like be there for her? But it further makes sense as well of why, like, they're more to protect her. It's not about the violence, the fighting for her. Queen Guinevere rode a Maying with certain knights of the Round Table, all clad in green. Sir Lancelot had word how the queen was taken, and how Sir Meliagrance laid a bushman for Lancelot. Oh, so Meliagrance was able to snatch up this woman, and now Captain Sidehoe has to go save a hoe. How Lancelot's horse was slain, and how Sir Lancelot rode in a. Is this where we get finally back to the whole cart thing? Oh, I think I get it. Homie goes to save his lady in the cart, and because it's the May horny season, Ye truly, said the queen, now shall I prove my might, said Sir Lancelot, for your love, And then he set his hands upon the bars of iron, and he pulled at them with such a might that he brast them clean out of the stone walls. And therein one of the bars of iron cut the brawn of his hands throughout to the bone. And then he leapt into the chamber to the queen. Make ye no noise, said the queen, for my wounded knights lie here fast by me. So to pass upon this tale, Sir Launcelot went upon the bed with the queen, and he took no force of his hurt hand, but took his pleasance and his liking until it was in the dawning of the day. And wit ye well he slept not but watched, and when he saw his time that he might tarry no longer, he took his leave and departed at the window, and put it together as well as he might again. And so departed unto his own chamber, and there he told Sir Lavaine how he was hurt. Then Sir Lavaine dressed his hand and staunched it, and put upon it a glove, that it should not be espied. And so the queen lay long in her bed until it was 9 of the clock. Did homie break into her room for some of that May Day? And then left and told his homie, yo, I hurt my hand. Sir Lancelot, for your love. And then he set his hand upon... Oh, we gotta go back a little bit. Lancelot, I thank you, but I will have nobody with me. Then Sir Lancelot took his sword in his hand, and privy went to a place where he had espied a ladder to forehand, and that he took upon his arm and bare it through the garden and set it up with the window. And there anon the queen was ready to meet him. And then he made either to other their complaints of many divers things. And then Sir Lancelot wished that he might have come into her. Wit ye well, said the queen, I would as fain as ye, that ye might come into me. Would ye, madam, said Sir Lancelot, with your heart that I were with you? This isn't beating the allegations of what I think this is saying. This was his chamber that was assigned unto him. He called unto Sir Lavaine, and told him that night he must go speak with his lady Dame Guinevere. Sir, said Sir Lavaine, let me go with you, and it please you, for I dread me sore of the treason. Nay, said Sir Lancelot, I thank you, but I will have nobody with me. Yet how Sir Lancelot came in the night to the queen and lay with her. Yeah, homie went around. Homie really went for that late night rendezvous. Dang, he really said, I am not about to let this hurt hand of mine get in the way of me. Wait, Meligrant. So from the sound, wait, if Sir Meligrant is here, does that mean that he's Cola? So he's like, wait a minute, something's up. He sees this blood. Then he deemed in her that she was false to the king, and that some of the wounded knights had lain with her all the night. Ah, madam, said Sir Meligress, now I have found you a false traitoress unto my lord Arthur. Oh, so he basically is like, yeah, I know you cheating around. I will call you of treason before the king himself, and now I have proved you, madam, with a shameful deed, and that they be all false, for some of them I will make good. For a wounded knight this night hath lain with you. That is false, said the queen, and that I will report me unto them all. And when the 10 knights heard Sir Meligras's words, they spake all in one voice, and said to Sir Meligress, Thou sayest falsely, and wrongly putteth upon us such a deed, and that we will make good any of us. Choose which thou list of us, when we are whole of our wounds. Ye shall not, said Sir Malagras, away with your proud language, for here ye may all see. Okay, so they basically got offended of like, yo, homie, why you sitting up here trying to accuse us of stuff? Pick one of us, pick any of us, and we'll prove to you like how much you stupid. He's like, no, y'all stupid. I got the evidence right here. Look at the pudding. How Sir Lancelot answered for the queen and waged battle against Meligress, and how Sir Lancelot was taken in a trap. So basically, homie wanted to find out who it. Oh no, here's what I'm feeling and thinking here is that homie already knew that this had to be Lancelot. It's also why he didn't want the others like trying to step up for him. So he's like, no, I know who this is. I know who I'm gunning for. And so to make this easier on the rest of y'all, just shut up and let me do what I gotta do, because I don't like this guy, he's gotta go. Stream is still up and going, yep. What array is this? Said Sir Lancelot. Then Sir Meligress told them what he had found, and showed them the queen's bed. Dang, it's just calling this man a dirty, dirty dog for going into this married queen, this married woman's bed, just soiling it. Basically, like starting to say these words, Lancelot. I don't think you were ever good. You think you're you're not even the fart. God help. So God me help, said Sir Lancelot. Ye shall write, and we will writ. And of course, since he's wearing the glove, that's probably the other reason it's so obvious to figure out who did it. Sir Lancelot was delivered out of prison by a lady, and took a white courser, and came for to keep his day. How there was a party made of 100 knights against 100 knights and other matters. Oh, how Sir Agavine and Sir Mordred were busy upon Sir Gawain for to disclose the love between Sir Lancelot and Queen Guinevere. Basically, them going to have a kiki about the demise of them. Yeah, here we go. They keep talking about the whole being horny in May. In May, the fact that in is in May, when every lusty heart flourisheth and burgoneth, for as the season is lusty to behold and comfortable, so men and women rejoice and gladden of summer coming with his fresh flowers. For winter with his rough winds and blasts custly, a lusty man and women to cower and sit fast by the fire. So in this season, as in the month of May, it befall a great anger and an heart that stinted not until the flower of chivalry of all the world was destroyed and slain. And all was long upon two unhappy knights, the which were named Agathine and Sir Mordred. Oh yeah, because Mordred was made a knight by Arthur. Ah, yeah, here we go, here we go. This is where it starts to make sense now, because Mordred, basically, Arthur didn't know that he was sleeping with his sister. And he kind of feels bad about that. So he made his little incest son part of his little round table homies. So he's like, hey, I gotta do you a favor. And Mordred's trying to use that in order to usurp from behind. And the best way to do it is the fact that he knows that his wife is having this affair. And it's not even that he wants to get his dad nephew's, his uncle dad's. Yeah, it's basically the fact that he's not upset that his uncle dad is sleeping around, but he's more like, oh, I know how to use this to my advantage. Ah, yeah, here we go. So they knew they used this to their advantage. This pisses off Arthur, and he's like, yo, you found out my wife is what? You can kill him. You know, I want to see the part where Holy Real gets to find out that his man is cheating. Sir Lancelot been better than we, and that has he proved himself full of awe. I don't really see the part where it's like really. And then Sir Arthur asked them what noise they made. My lord said, Agravine, I shall tell you that I may keep no longer. Here is I, and my lord, brother Sir Mordred, break until my brother Sir Gawain. How we know all that Sir Lancelot holdeth your queen, and hath done long, and we be your sister's sons, and we may suffer it no longer. And all we wot that ye should be above Sir Lancelot, and ye are the king that made him knight, and therefore we will prove it that he is a traitor to your person. So we're kind of trying to use the fact of like, hey homie, we family, we here for you. Let us prove our family love by dealing with this guy who we're sure is coveting your wife. So on the morn, King Arthur rode a hunting and sent word to the queen that he would be out all that night. Then Sir Agavine and Sir Mordred got to them 12 knights and hid themselves in a chamber in the castle of the Castle. And these were their names. These might come in handy later at some point, but not right now. Okay, so dang, you think he's cheating? Alright, let's go plan. I'ma leave, I'm gonna tell my wife I'm leaving, y'all hide out and try to spy on her. Okay, I don't think there's anything all that important right here. But here we go. How Sir Lancelot was espied in the Queen's chamber, and how Sir Agavine and Sir Mordred came with 12 knights to slay him. Oh, he got caught. So Sir Lancelot departed and took his sword under his arm, and so in his mantle that noble knight put himself in great jeopardy, and so he passed till he came to the Queen's chamber. And then Sir Lancelot was lightly put into the chamber. And then, as the French book saith, the Queen and Lancelot were together. As the French book saith. Oh, I'm so using that at some point. I don't know where yet, but as the French book saith, has the same energy as like, or so the legend goes. But they're basically saying homie strode over there, went in the room, and sheathed his sword. And whether they were abed or at other manner of disports, me list not hereof make no mention. For love that time was not as is nowadays. Ah, okay, so they're basically saying we're not gonna say if they were doing R34 or if they were just cuddling, hugging, and chilling. Because that's the other thing is we nowadays, anytime someone is even breathing in the direction of somebody, we're like, they're falcon, they doing the sideways tango, they doing everything. But back then, just the mere fact of you being in the presence of somebody and maybe like sharing a few smooches and some heavy petting was like, that was scandalous as heck. And in this case, especially since it's going underneath the king. But thus as they were together, there came Sir Agavine and Sir Mordred, with the 12 knights of the Round Table, and they said with crying voice, Traitor knight Sir Lancelot du Lake, now art thou taken. And thus they cried with a loud voice that all the court might hear it. And they all 14 were armed at all points as they should in a battle. Alas, said Queen Guinevere, now we are mischieved, both Madam and Sir Lancelot. Is there any armor within your chamber that I might cover my poor body withal? And if there be any, give it to me, and I shall soon stint their malice by the grace of God. Truly, said the queen, I have none armor, shield, sword, nor spear. Wherefore I dread me song, our long love is come to a mischievous end. For I hear by their noise there may be noble knights, and well I wot they be surely armed, and against them ye make no resistance. Wherefore ye are likely to be slain, and then shall I brent. For an ye might escape them, said the queen, I would not doubt but that ye would rescue me in what danger that ever I stood in. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, in all my life thus was I never bested, that I should be thus shamefully slain for lack of mine armor. Dude got caught slipping so bad. He really was like, I'm about to go spend time with my favorite lady. I don't need no confirmed caught with no protection. We really said, yep, we gonna bring 12 of us to make sure that he knows that he caught. We gonna be super loud about it, so there's no way that he could lie, hide, deny. Man, they got him good. This was a very good plan of them. But shout out to Guinevere for being like, yo, if you have some armor, I don't care about dealing what they have to dish out. I'm not gonna just get hurt and leave you. Or worst case, if you got armor, run, because I know you'll eventually save me. But he's like, nope, we cooked. Oh, don't go crying to God to save you from this. Oh, Jesu mercy, said Sir Launcelot, his shameful cry and noise I may not suffer, for better we're dead at once than thus to endure this pain. Then he took the queen in his arms, and kissed her, and said, Most noble Christian queen, I beseech you, as ye have been ever my special good lady, and I at all times your true poor knight unto my power. And as I never failed you in right nor wrong, sithen the first day King Arthur made me knight, and ye will pray for my soul, if that I here be slain. For well I am assured that Sir Bors, my nephew, and all the remnant of my king with Sir Lavaine and Sir that they will not fail you to rescue you from the fire. And therefore, mine own lady, recomfort yourself whatsoever come of me, that ye go with Sir Bors, my nephew, Sir Ern, and they all will do you all the pleasure that they can or may, that ye shall live like a queen upon my lands. Nay, Launcelot, said the queen, wit thou well I will never live after thy days. But an thou be slain, I will take my death as meekly for Jesu Christ's sake as ever did any Christian queen. Well, madam, said Lancelot, sith it so that the day is come that our love must depart. With you well I shall sell my life as dear as I may, and 1,000-fold said, Sir Launcelot, I am more heavier for you than for myself, and now I have liefer than be lord of all Christendom, and that I have sure armored upon me, that men might speak of my deeds, or ever I were slain. Truly, said the queen, I would, and it might please God that they would take me and slay me and suffer you to escape. That shall never be said, Sir Lancelot. God defend me from such a shame, but Jesu be thou, my shield and mine armor. Okay, so they got caught. They know they're caught. Homegirl's basically saying, I would rather die than have us fall apart, and especially if something happens to you. Homie is at least sweet to be like, hey, if something happens, especially with the fact that the king would probably try to kill you for the fact that you've been having this affair with me, his closest knight, that, hey, go talk to my children and they'll like make sure you still get to live the life of a queen. But she's like, I would rather die than not be with you, or not have you, or to have you die because of what has happened and just let you die for it is a no. So I at least say, like, that's sweet. Like, she actually genuinely loves this man, even though she was married to King Arthur. But once again, Merlin, like, from earlier, Merlin was trying to warn Arthur, like, don't get involved with her because this was gonna happen, and nope, it happened, and it's such a mess. Here we go. Wait. It was the 12 nights to slay him. How Sir Lancelot slew Sir Corogrant and armed him in his harness, and after slew Sir Agavin and 12. Oh, so homie just basically had to say, you all gotta go for trying to get in the way of this. Returned again unto the queen and said, Madam, now wit you well all, our true love is brought to an end. For now will King Arthur ever be my foe. And therefore, madam, an it like you that I may have you with me, I shall save you from all manner adventures dangerous. That is not best, said the queen. Meseemeth now ye have done so much harm. It will be best ye hold you still with this. And if ye see that as to morn they will put me unto the death, then may ye rescue me as ye think best. I will well, said Lancelot, for have ye no doubt, while I am living I shall rescue you. And then he kissed her, and either give other a ring, and so there he left the queen, and went until his lodging. So they got back into a corner. Homie had to just kill everybody because that was the stakes here. And they were like, yo, I'm sorry this had to happen. We are gonna trade rings, trade love, so you know that I am down and out for you forever and always. And that he's basically like, I'm not going to be able to come back because I am now an enemy of the king. I've killed 12 of his people after coveting his wife for all this time. And it's essentially, if he tries to put you to death, I'm going to come and save you. But right now, he's got to save his own bacon. He's at least telling his homie, who already kind of knew this whole thing was going on, of like, yo, I did it. I killed our people. I probably feel somewhat bad about it, but also because this is getting in the way of the lady I like, I don't know. of the counsel and advice that was taken by Sir Lancelot and his friend to save the queen. Sir Lancelot than any lady, Queen Guinevere, be in distress, in so much as she is in pain for your sake, that ye nightly rescue her. And ye did otherwise, all the world will speak of you, shame to the world's end. Like, yeah, like you were coveting the queen. If you let her die because of this affair y'all were having, you ain't nothing, man. But you know, my lord, said Queen, oh, Sir Gawain. And I believe well, said King Arthur, but I will not that way with Sir Lancelot, where he trusteth so much open his hands and his might that he doubteth no man. And therefore, for my queen, he shall never fight more, for she shall have the law. And if I may get Sir Lancelot with you, well, he shall have a shameful death. Just to defend, said Sir Gawain, that I may never see it. Why say ye so? Said King Arthur. Forsooth ye have no cause to love Sir Lancelot, for this night last past he slew your brother Sir Agravain. Oh yeah, a full good night. And almost he had slain your brother Sir Mordred, and also he slew yet the other people. Like basically saying, homie, don't have no sympathy. Like he coveted your wife and then killed a bunch of your men, including one of your own actual brothers. Howbeit I am sorry of the death of my brethren and of my sons, for they are the causers of their own death. For oft times I warned my brother Sir Agravain, and I told him the perils the which he now fallen. So he's not even that upset about his brother's death. He's like, I knew something like this would happen. I told him to stay out of this kind of life. That truth said, some knights, but they were slain in the hurting, as Sir Lancelot thrang in the thick of the press. And as they were unarmed, he smote them the wrists, not whom he smote. And so unhappily they were slain. So he's like grappling with like, he was my homie, and like, but he killed these people. Which, for someone who was coveting your wife, he's taking this kind of well. How King Arthur, at the request of Sir Gawain, concluded to make war against Lancelot and lay siege on his castle called Joyous Gard. Yeah. So basically, King Arthur, I feel, is more hurt by the fact that it was his homie than by wanting to really get revenge on said homie. But of course, he has somebody whispering in his ear who secretly has their own intentions behind this. And he's using this to start stirring up drama. I thought I'm actually getting towards the end of this. Then when King Arthur was on horseback, he looked upon Sir Lancelot, and then the tears brast out of his eyne, thinking on the great courtesy that was in Sir Lancelot more than in any other man. And there within the king rode his way, and might no longer behold him. and said, "Alas, that ever this war began." And then either parties of the battles withdrew them to repose them and bury the dead, and to the wounded men they laid soft salves. And thus they endured the night till on the morn. And on the morn by undead they made them ready to do battle. And then Sir Bors led the forward. So it kind of feels like he didn't want to go to war. He's regretting it. People getting hurt over this whole thing. And this is more for the king's love than for himself. Of the communication between Gawain and Sir Lancelot, with much other language. How Sir Lancelot departed from the king and from Joyous Gard over seaward, and what knights went with him. How King Arthur laid siege to Benwick and other matters. How Sir Lancelot and Sir Gawain did battle together, and how Sir Gawain was overthrown and hurt. This is not so much the Guinevere parts down the line. It's more about these dudes and them duking it out. Sir Gawain's ghost appeared to King Arthur and warned him that he should not fight that day. This is very much giving the Macbeth vibe of, hey, I'm an apparition, I'm about to tell you some big information. Oh, you apparition, you're basically getting in the way of my ego. Shut the heck up, I got this. And then they die. So upon Trinity Sunday at night, King Arthur dreamed a wonderful dream. And that was this, that him seemed he sat upon a shaftlet in a chair, and the chair was fast to a wheel, and therein sat King Arthur in the richest cloth of gold that might be made, and the king thought there was under him, far from him, an hideous black water, and therein were all manner of serpents and worms and wild beasts, foul and horrible. And suddenly the king thought the wheel turned up so down, and he fell among the serpents. And every beast took him limb by a limb. And then the king cried as he laid in his bed and slept, "Help!" And then knights, squires, and yeomen awaked the king. And then he was so amazed that he wist not where he was. And then he fell a slumbering again, not sleeping nor thoroughly walking. So the king seen veernely that there came Sir Gawain unto him with a number of fair ladies with him. And when King Arthur saw him, he said, "Welcome, my sister's son. I weeten thou hast been dead, and now I see thee alive. Much am I beholding unto Almighty Jesu. O fair nephew and my sister's sons, what be these ladies that hither be come with you?" "Sir," said Gawain, "all these ladies for whom I fought when I was man living, and all these of those that I did battle for in righteous quarrel. And God hath giveth them that grace at their great prayer, because I did battle for them, that they should bring me hither unto you. Such much hath God giveth me leave, for to warn you of your death. For an ye fight as to mourn with Sir Mordred, as ye both have a sign, doubt ye not ye must be slain, and the most part of your people on both parties. And for the great grace and goodness that Almighty Jesu hath unto you, and for pity of you, and many more other good men there shall be slain. God hath sent you to of this special grace, to give you warning that in no wise ye do battle as to mourn, but that ye take a treaty for a month day, and proffer you largely, so as mourn to be put in a delay. For within a month shall come Sir Launcelot with all his noble knights, and rescue you worshipfully, and slay Sir Mordred, and all that ever will hold him. Then Sir Gawain and all the ladies vanished. Listen, if homie came to you with these hot women he got in the afterlife and is like, hey buddy, just accept your losses and go home, he's not gonna do it, but at least he got a fair warning. Is Lancelot dead? Oh, and at the end of the book, wait. And when Sir Ector heard such noise and light in the choir of joyous guard, he alighted and put his horse from him, and came unto the choir, and there he saw men sing and weep, and all they knew Sir Ector, but they knew not them. Then went Sir Bors unto Sir Ector, and told him how there lay his brother Sir Launcelot dead. Ooh. And then Sir Ector threw his shield, sword, and helm from him. And when he beheld Sir Launcelot's visage, he fell down in a swoon. And when he walked, it were hard any tongue to tell the doleful complaints that he made for his brother. Ah, Launcelot, he said, thou wert head of all Christian knights, and now I dare say, said Sir Ector, thou Sir Launcelot, there thou liest, and thou were never matched of earthly knight's hand, and thou were the courteous knight that ever bare shield, and thou were the truest friend of thy lover and ever bestarred horse, and thou were the truest lover of a sinful man that ever loved women, and thou were the kindest man that ever struck with sword, and thou were the goodliest person that ever came among press of knights. And thou was the meek man and the gentlest that ever ate in hall amongst ladies. And thou were the sternest knight to thy mortal foe that ever put spear in the rest. Then there was weeping and dolour out of measure. Thus they keep Sir Launcelot's corpse allot 15 days, and then they buried it with great devotion. And then at leisure they went all with the Bishop of Canterbury to his hermitage, and there they were together more than a month. It's nice that they at least stayed together for like a month after his death to like think about homie. Wait, hold up. I actually want to see like the end. Here is the end of the book of King Arthur and of his noble knights of the Round Table, that when they were whole together, there was ever 140. And here's the end of the death of Arthur. I pray you all, gentlemen and gentlewomen, that readeth this book of Arthur and his knights, from the beginning to the end, pray for me while I am alive, that God send me good deliverance. And when I am dead, I pray you all pray for my soul. For this book was ended the 9th year of the reign of King Edward IV, by Sir Thomas Mayer, knight, as Jesu helped him for his great might, as he is the servant of Jesu both day and night. Thus endeth this noble and joyous book entitled Le Mort d'Arthur. Notwithstanding, it treated of the birth, life, and acts of the said King Arthur, of his noble knights of the Round Table, their marvelous enquests and adventures, the achieving of the Sangreal, and in the end of the dolorous death, and departing of this world of them all, which book was reduced into English by Sir Thomas Malory, knight, the last day of July, the year of our Lord. I know Roman numerals, but I can't think of this specific conjunction right now. I know it's like the end of 30, though. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1400 something? Katani Fairy fits it. I don't think this is gonna do anything, but I'm still gonna try to see if we can get a number or something. So I will say, I don't think that has gotten me any closer to directly solving the whole oak tree puzzle part of this, but I do feel like I have a better understanding and connection of this background source story. Yeah, no, it's not nothing specific special, but add it to the pile. I think I'm gonna try a little longer, maybe at least until 1 in the morning, and then end the stream. But for now, just try this as well. I'm thinking about it. 1480, so I was close. The presses ran for the first time, and the world changed forever. The knights became real, and legend began to take form. Look for the original printing hidden in the vault. So once again, nothing solid, substantial, but it does like keep confirming a lot of stuff. Love Day, Day 4, settling dispute. Huh. You could stand to have a bit more love days. Wow, so Lamont de Arthur basically did a very good job of kind of laying out the whole Arthur storyline. But just how does Arthur die from this? Because we know that Lancelot seems to be killed or pass within this whole thing. Guinevere, of course, is going to decide not to live much longer after he's definitely dead. Of the sorrow that King Arthur made for the war and another battle, we're also going to have the worst. How after the king and Arthur had tidings, he returned and came to Dover, where Sir Mordred met him to let his landing, and the death of how Sir Mordred presumed and took on him to be king of England and would have married the wait. That's around 723. Yeah, hold up. Dude, so he was really the one trying to covet this woman all along, whether intentional or not. Yeah, here we go. Because first it was the warning from homie's ghost of like, hey yo, like maybe not do this. Just like walk away and you'll live. And he was like, nah, I know what I want. I know what I need. I need revenge. How by misadventure of an adder the battle began, where Mordred was slain and Arthur hurt to the death. Oh, so from the sounds of it, this is the point where Mordred was like, okay, I know you're alone, I know you're weakened, you still have all this stuff you want to do and work on, so I'm just gonna pop you right here. Most likely he put up a big enough fight and then they both die in the process of this fight. Alas, this unhappy day, and so rode to his party, and Sir Mordred in likewise, and never was there seen a more dolefuller battle in no Christian land. Sir Mordred that day put him in devoir and in great peril, and thus they fought all the long day, and never stinted till the noble knights were laid to the cold earth. And even they fought still till it was near night, and by that time there were 100,000 laid dead upon the down. And then was Arthur Wood wroth out of measure when he saw his people so slain from him. Yeah, so basically the ghost was like, hey yo, walk away from this and this will be fine. But because he was so pushy and stubborn that he has to be the last bearer of this whole thing, so many other people die. Jesu mercy, said the king, where all my noble knights become. Alas, that ever I should see this doleful day. For now, said Arthur, I am come to mine end, but would to God that I where were that traitor Sir Mordred that hath caused all this mischief? Don't sit up here and put all of this on Mordred. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, Mordred had his points, but also you're the one who really wanted to, like, continue this war until you were satisfied. You just managed to find somebody who was willing to blow enough smoke up your butt now that it turned out that your homie was the one who had been behind your back piping your wife. Now where's the part where he's like dying? Therefore, for God's sake, my lord, leave off by this, for blessed be God, ye have won the field. For here we be three alive, and with Sir Mordred is none alive. And if ye leave off now, this wicked day of destiny is past. Tide me death, betide me life. Saith the king, now I see him yonder alone. He shall never escape mine hands, for a better avail shall never have him. God speed you well, said Sir Bedivere. Then the king gat his spear in both his hands, and ran towards Sir Mordred, crying, Traitor, now is thy death day come. And when Sir Mordred heard Sir Arthur, he ran unto him with his sword drawn in his hand. And there King Arthur smote Sir Mordred under the shield with a foin in his spear, throughout the body more than a fathom. And when Sir Mordred felt that he had his death wound, he thrust himself with the might that he had up to the burr of King Arthur's spear. And right so he smote his father Arthur, with his sword holden in both his hands, on the side of the head, that the sword pierced the helmet and the brain pan, and therewithal Sir Mordred fell stark dead to the earth, and the noble Arthur fell in a swoon to the earth, and there he swooned oft times. And Sir Lucan the butler, and Sir Bedivere oft times heaved him up, and so weakly they led him betwixt them both to the little chapel now far from the seaside. And when the king was there, he thought him well eased. Then heard they people cry in the field, Now go thou, Sir Lucan, said the king, and do me to wit what betokes that noise in the field. So Sir Lucan departed, for he was grievously wounded in many places, and so he yede. He saw the hearkened by the moonlight, how the pillars and robbers were come into the field, to pill and to rob many a full noble knight of brooches and beads, of many a good ring, and of many a rich jewel, and who that were not dead at all out. There they slew them for their harness and their riches. When Sir Lucan understood this work, he came to the king as soon as he might, and told him all what he had heard and seen. Therefore, by my rede, said Sir Lucan, it is best that we bring you to some town. I would it were so, said the king. So in the end, King Arthur realizes that Mordred was like playing a role behind this whole thing, trying to essentially usurp his kingdom and steal his wife from under him, and that he was willing to use the fact that somebody else was doing all this work to his advantage. Arthur is obviously very upset by this, but given what's going on, he's got to fight literally to the death with Mordred. He manages to take Mordred down, but Mordred does a lot of damage to him towards this end. All while this is going on, there's people who are looting the bodies of these knights because they have all these valuables on them. And even if they're not dead, they're willing to finally gut them at the most vulnerable part of their life, simply so that way they can take their money. And it's better that they know that the king is dying, that they move him out of here so he doesn't spend his last moments as a money corpse. How King Arthur commanded to cast his sword Excalibur into the water, and how he was delivered to ladies in a barge. How Sir Bedivere found him on the morrow. Okay, wait, this is hold up. Oh no, he's saying he misses his dead friend Lance a lot. Oh, that's how you know he's going. Oh, but interesting that we're getting the mention of guts falling out of the body towards the end, and the fact of kind of the way that this death ended is similar in a very betrayal way of the pilot. Because given everything and going on with the theories and whatnot, it seems like Olivia is our Mordred. And while I've been saying that potentially Orville is Arthur, you're dying, but where are you gonna die? Sir Bedivere departed, and went to the sword, and lightly took it up, and went to the water side, and there he bound the girdle about the hilt. And then he threw the sword as far into the water as he might, and there came an arm and a hand above the water and met it and caught it, and so shook it thrice and brandished, then vanished away the hand with the sword in the water. Oh, that's lit. Oh, I hope somehow that comes back into some animation or something later. Alas, said the king. Wait, so Sir Bedivere came again to the king and told him what he saw. Alas, said the king, help me hence, for I dread me I have tarried over long. Then Sir Bedivere took the king upon his back, and so went with him to that water's side. And when they were at the water's side, even fast by the bank hoved a little barge with many fair ladies in it, and among them all was a queen, and all they had black hoods, and all they wept and shrieked when they saw King Arthur. Now put me into the barge, said the king, and so he did softly, and there received him 3 queens with great mourning, and so they sat him down, and in one of their laps King Arthur laid his head. And then that queen said, Ah, dear brother, why have ye tarried so long from me? Alas, this wound on your head hath caught over much cold. And then they rode from the land, and Sir Bedivere beheld all those ladies go from him. Then Sir Bedivere cried, Ah, my lord Arthur, which shall become of me now? Ye go from me, and leave me here alone among mine enemies? Comfort thyself, said the king, and do as well as thou mayst, for in me is no trust for to trust in, for I will into the vale of Avalon to heal of my grievous wound. And if thou hear never more of me, pray for my soul. But ever the queens and ladies wept and shrieked, that it was pity to hear. And as soon as Sir Bedivere had lost the sight of the barge, he wept and wailed, and so took the forest. And so he went all that night, and in the morning he was ware betwixt 2 hosts 4 of a chapel and an hermitage. So just a random boat of a bunch of queens pull up, take this dying man, leave Bedivere. He's in enemy territory. He's got no home, no country to go back to. And basically decide, am I going to the church and becoming a brother, or am I gonna become a hermit? Familiar hermit. Ooh. Fair son, said the hermit, I wot not verily, but by deeming. But this night, a midnight, here come a number of ladies, and brought hither a dead corpse, and prayed me to bury him. And here they offered 100 tapestries, and they gave me 100 vestments. Alas, said Sir Bedivere, that was my lord King Arthur, and here lieth buried in this chapel. Then Sir Bedivere swooned, and when he awoke, he prayed the hermit he might abide him still there, to live with fasting and prayers. For from hence will I never go, said Sir Bedivere, but my will, but all the days of my life here to pray for my lord Arthur. Ye are welcome to me, said the hermit, for I know ye better than ye ween that I do. Ye are the bold Bedivere, and the full noble duke. Sir Lucan the butler was your brother. Then Sir Bedivere told the hermit all as ye had heard tofore. Thing. So it was basically, do I go off into the forest or do I go off into this church? He goes into this church and finds a dude who just so happens to tell him, yeah, these ladies brought this dead man to me and told me to bury him. And now he knows this is where his king is forever buried after all that's gone through. Because it's not like he has anything else to go back to for the sounds of it. His brother is dead. His kingdom gone. More of the death of King Arthur could I never find, but that ladies brought him to his burials, and such one was buried there, that the hermit bare witness that sometime was Bishop of Canterbury. But yet the hermit knew not in certain that he was very the body of King Arthur. For this tale Sir Bedivere, Knight of the Round Table, made it to be written. Of the opinion of some men of the death of King Arthur, and how Queen Guinevere made her a nun in Aylesbury. Ooh, here we go. Because what is the fact that Queen Guinevere still lives on after everything that has happened, after everybody has died, everyone who's tried to get in her way and usurp her, she is still the one living on the end. And if this is any sign of what's going to go on with our Guinevere, this is going to be a good story. So I'm saying it's not like he actually died, he's going to come back. Another quote I just want to try sticking into the decoder. Here lies Arthur, the once and future king. His rest is not in a grave, but in the hearts of those who still believe in him. His legend lives on, and Camelot waits for his return. And so essentially as well, all of Guinevere's knights end up dying slaughtered at the hands of kind of the backlash of what she was doing. It's interesting, mind you, like Guinevere, from the sounds of things, the way this is shown is like she's not 100% a saint in this story. I don't think anybody in any of these stories is usually like 100% good nor bad. There's usually something within it that they're doing. But overall, they're usually good people confused and trying to figure out answers in the worst way possible. For anyone who has stayed and watched, or anyone who is seeing this as its own VOD, thank you for your time. I hope this has helped you to get further than I have in this point in time. This has been very nice to deep dive, and by no means am I gonna stop here. I'm only honestly gonna stop because it's getting late. Even then, I can't believe I basically semi-read through, or at least have caught up to speed of the King Arthur story. like, just to finish this and see where this leads, just so I can see where Queen Guinevere ends. And so they lived in their prayers and fasted in great abstinence. And when Queen Guinevere understood that King Arthur was slain, and all the noble knights, Sir Mordred, and all the remnant, then the queen stole away, and 5 ladies with her. And so she went to Almesbury, and there she let make herself a nun, and wear white clothes and black, and great penance she took, as ever did sinful lady in this land, and never creature could make her merry, but lived in fasting prayers and alms deeds, that all manner of people marveled how virtuously she was changed. Now leave we Queen Guinevere in Almesbury, a nun in white clothing and black, and there she was a best and ruler as reason would, and turn we from her, we speak we of Sir Lancelot du Lake. Wait, Lancelot's not dead? I thought Lancelot died. Hold up. That Sir Mordred had laid siege about Tower of London because the queen would not wed him. Then was Sir Lancelot rode out of measure, and said to his kinsmen, Alas, that double traitor Sir Mordred, now me repenteth, and ever he escape my hands. Said Sir Lancelot, and ever I should do thus unhappily, and alas, yet might I do. Leave your complaint. But interesting that after this whole thing that Guinevere essentially became a nun. But interesting, after the wife died, or the husband died, she donned all white. Then on the 3rd day, Sir Lancelot called the kings, dukes, earls, barons, and knights, and said thus, My fair lords, I thank you all for coming into this country with me, but we came too late, and that shall repent me while I live. But against death men But against death may no man rebel. But sitten is it so, said Sir Lancelot, I will myself ride and seek my lady Queen Guinevere, for as I hear say she hath had great pain and much disease, and I heard say that she is fled into the west. Therefore ye all shall abide me here, and but if I come again within 15 days, then take your ships and your fellowship and depart into your country, for I will do as I say to you. So of course he's like, I'm gonna go back to her. I kept saying I was gonna save her and be there for her. Nunnery, the cloister. She's basically so distraught that everybody's gotta be there and physically hold this woman up. When Sir Launcelot was brought to her, then she said to all the ladies, "Through this man and me hath all this war been wrought, and the death of the most noblest knights of the world. For through our love that we had loved together is my most noble lord slain. Therefore, Sir Launcelot, with thou, while I am set in such a plight to get my soul healed, and yet I trust through God's grace that after my death, to have a sight of the blessed face of Christ, and that doomsday to sit on his right side, for as sinful as ever I was are slain in heaven. Therefore, Sir Launcelot, I require thee and beseech thee heartily, for all the love that ever was betwixt us, that thou never see me more in the visage. And I command thee, on God's behalf, that thou forsake my company, and and to thy kingdom thou turn again, and keep well thy realm from war and wrath. For as well as I have loved thee, mine heart will not serve me to see thee. For through thee and me is the flower of kings and knights destroyed. Therefore, Sir Launcelot, go to thy realm, and there take thee a wife, and live with her with joy and bliss. And I pray thee heartily, pray for me that our Lord, that I may amend my misliving. Now, sweet madam, said Sir Launcelot, would ye that I should now return again unto my country, and there to wed a lady? Nay, madam, with you well, that shall I never do, for I shall never be so false to you that I have promised, but the same destiny that ye have taken you to, I will take me unto, for to please Jesu, and ever be for you, I cast me specially to pray. If thou wilt do so, said the queen, hold thy promise, but I may never believe but thou wilt turn to the world again. Well, madam, said he, ye say as ye pleaseth you, yet wist you me never false of my promise, and God defend, but I should forsake the world as ye have done. For the quest of the sangreal I had forsaken. The vanities of the world have not your Lord been. And if I had done so at that time, with my heart, will, and thought, I had passed all the nights that were in the sangreal except Galahad, my son. Galahad? She had a... Oh. And therefore, lady, sithen ye have taken you to perfection, I must needs take me to perfection of right, for I take record of God in you. I have mine earthly joy. And if I have found you now so disposed, I had cast me to have had you into mine own realm. Interesting. So Guinevere does feel some pain and remorse, not for the fact that she cheated, not for the fact that they had their affair and all that, but for the fact that multiple innocent people died in the prospects of her chasing and wanting this love. She's basically saying, go back to your own country, go marry somebody else and forget about me. And he's like, dude, I don't blame you, Lancelot. Like, woman, after everything we've been through, you think I can just turn around and go be with just another regular person? No. Like, the kingdom is gone. People died. How Sir Lancelot came to the hermitage where the Archbishop of Canterbury was, and how he took the habit on him. What's that mean? Oh, no, wait. What is this habit he took upon him? Oh, hold up. So he. So it sounds like basically Homie went to just pray and fast and all the same things everybody else is doing, trying to figure this out. So all these 7 noble knights were abode still, and when they saw Sir Launcelot had taken him to such perfection, they had no lust to depart, but took such an habit as he had. Great penance 6 year. Oh! So after Guinevere basically rejected him and told him just leave and go get married, he basically was like, I don't have anything else I can go back to. There's nothing else I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just go and become part of the church. I get it though, because out of everybody, if there's anybody you would think would be like, no, I should just go and die sexless and alone, you would think it'd be Lancelot, who was coveting the woman and making this whole thing. Although, to be honest, I still, not in like it's his fault, but I put just a little bit of this on Arthur for the fact that Merlin told you so. Merlin told you, you just would have listened. And then on top of that, you could have ended this here and not have died and listened to that dream, but no, you had to go and realize that it was Mordred who betrayed you and die from that. And thus upon a night there came a vision to Sir Launcelot, and changed him, in the remission of his sins, to haste him unto Almesbury. And by then thou come here, thou shalt find Queen Guinevere dead, and therefore take thy fellows with thee, and purvey them of an horse fire, and fetch thou the corpse of her, and bury her by her husband, the noble King Arthur. So this vision came to Sir Launcelot thrice in one night. So he gives up on Guinevere, he goes and becomes a church boy. This is like 6 years later. He gets the vision that Guinevere's died from all of that's happened, and that it's best that he takes her, and the one thing he does is at least have this woman stand by her rightful husband. Because technically speaking, the only true bad wrongdoers in this was A, Lancelot for doing the cheating, and B, Guinevere for prompting this cheating. Here, but how do we get this about her dying? Little more than 30 mile, and thither came within 2 days, for they were weak and feeble to go. And when Sir Launcelot was come to Almesbury within the nunnery, Queen Guinevere died but half an hour afore. So she wasn't even dead when he made his trip. She died within the last leg of his trip, as if it was this divine that she technically said, don't come and look at me or gaze upon me until I'm gone. And the ladies told Sir Launcelot that Queen Guinevere told them all, or she passed, that Sir Launcelot had been priest nearly a 12-month, and hither he cometh as fast as he may to fetch my corpse. And beside my lord King Arthur he shall bury me. So she knew. Wherefore the queen said in hearing of them all, I beseech Almighty God that I may never have power to see Lancelot with my worldly eye. I literally said she would rather die than see him again. And thus said all the ladies was ever her prayer these 2 days till she literally prayed that she would die before he would come and see her again. Then Sir Lancelot saw her visage, but he wept not greatly, but sighed. And so he did all the observance of the service himself, both the steerage, and on the morn he sang mass. And there was ordained in Horsebriar, and so with 100 torches ever brennan about the corpse of the queen. And ever Sir Lancelot with his 8 fellows went about the Horsebriar, singing and reading many an holy orison, and frankincense upon the corpse incense. Thus Sir Lancelot and his 8 fellows went on foot from Almesbury unto Glastonbury. And then she was wrapped in serred cloth of reins, from the top of the toe in 30-fold, and after she was put in a web of lead, and then in a coffin of marble. And when she was put in the earth, Sir Lancelot swooned, and lay long still, while the hermit came and awakened him, and said, Ye be to blame, for ye displease God with such manner of sorrow making. Truly, said Sir Lancelot, I trust I do not displease God, for he knoweth my intent. For my sorrow was not, nor is not for any rejoicing of sin, but my sorrow may never have end. For when I remember of her beauty, and of her nobleness, that was born with her king and with her, so when I saw his corpse and her corpse so lie together, truly mine heart would not serve to sustain my careful body. And when I remember me how by my default, mine orgule and my pride, that they were both laid full low, that were peerless that ever was living of Christian people. Wit you well, said Sir Lancelot, this remembered of their kinship and mine, unkindness sank so to mine heart, that I might not sustain myself, so the French book maketh mention. How Sir Lancelot began to sicken and after died, whose body was borne to joyous guard for to be buried. So she said she would have rather died before he showed up than see him alive. She died. He takes responsibility in the best way he can at this time by at least burying her with what was technically her husband. It starts to really hit him that at least technically, like, yeah, he may have been the one interfering and interloping, but at least in death, they are husband and wife. He is kind of realizing that he is the messed up third party in this whole thing and how wrong he was. I don't blame that one dude for saying that you displeased God and that's why you suffer. That's hard. How does he die? How Sir Lancelot began to sicken and after died, whose body was borne to joyous guard for to be buried. Forevermore day and night he prayed, but sometime he slumbered a broken sleep. Ever he was lying groveling on the tomb of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere, and there was no comfort that the bishop, nor Sir Bors, nor none of his fellows could make him. It availed not. So within 6 weeks after, Lancelot fell sick, and lay in his bed, and then he sent for the bishop that there was hermit, and all his true fellows. Then Sir Lancelot said with dreary Stephen, Sir Bishop, I pray you give me all my rights that longeth to a Christian man. It should not need you, said the hermit and all his fellows. It is but heaviness of your blood, yet ye shall be well mended by the grace of God to mourn. My fair lord, said Sir Lancelot, wit you well my careful body will into the earth. I have warning more than now I will say. Therefore give me my rights. So when he was housed and annealed, and had a Christian man opt to have, he prayed the bishop that his fellows might bear his body to joyous guard. Some men say it was Alnwick, and some men say it was Bamborough. Howbeit, said Sir Lancelot, be repenteth sore, but I made mine avow sometime that in joyous guard. I don't know why, but I feel like trying this one. Joyous guard, the last sanctuary of the Knights of the Round Table. Here they found solace after battle. The walls speak of hope for those who remember the passwords of loyalty. So he basically just gave up towards the end. He was like, I'm done. He got sick and just done. A sad end indeed. Where are we? Then was there weeping and wringing of hands, and the greatest dole they made that ever made then. And on the morn the bishop did his mass of requiem, and after the bishop and all the nine knights put Sir Lancelot in the same horse bier that Queen Guinevere was laid in to for, that she was buried. And so the bishop and they all together went with the body of Sir Lancelot daily, till they came to Joyous Gard, and ever they had 100 torches brennan about him. And so within 15 days they came to Joyous Gard, and there they laid his corpse in the body of the choir, and sang and read many psalters and prayers over and about him. Wait, where did he die? When did he die? Yeah, it's definitely time for me to get ready to wrap this up because I think that mic died. So here we go. But wow. So from what I was just reading, it was essentially that they all went to sleep. The dude who was originally a hermit, he's having a funny dream. They wake him up because he's laughing super loud and it's waking everybody else up. And he's like, yo, why did you wake me up? I was having just a great dream. Lancelot and I were with more angels than you could ever expect. And they're like, wait a minute, Lancelot's not dead. He's fine. He's literally should be laying in his bed right now. And I think they're going to go over there and be like, oh, he's dead. Go ye to his bed, and then yall she prove the sooth. So when Sir Bors and his fellows came to his bed, they found him stark dead, and he lay as he had smiled, and the sweetest savour about him that ever they felt. So Lancelot basically died in his sleep, with the only witness being someone who potentially dreamed the whole thing. And that's when they decided to bring him the Joyous Guard, where they looked over him, prayed over him. And ever his visage was laid open and naked, that all folks might behold him. For such was the custom in those days, that all men of worship should so lie with open visage till that they were buried. Interesting. And right thus as they were at their service, there came Sir Ector de Maris, that had 7 years sought, all England, Scotland, and Wales seeking his brother, Sir Lancelot. Interesting. So this is who took over after. And thou were the truest lover of a sinful man that ever loved woman. Guess I'm talking about him, talking about his death, talking about how he will be remembered and missed, and thinking about all the waking craziness that came between the royals, the families, and everybody after all this. And there they all lived in their countries as holy men. And some English books make mention that they went never out of England after the death of Sir Lancelot, but that was by favour of makers. For the French book maketh mention, and is trows, that Sir Bors, Sir Ector, Sir Balamor, and Sir Bleoberis went into the Holy Land, thereas Jesu Christ was quick and dead. And anon as they had stabilized their hands. For the book saith, so Sir Lancelot commended them for to do, or cast out of this world. And these 4 knights did many battles upon the miscreants or Turks. And there they died upon a Good Friday for God's sake. In the summer, the glossary of different words. On the license for being able to publish this or being able to put this in free use. So yeah, that is the life, love, loss of, I was about to say of Lancelot, as if Lancelot is the main, no, the story of Arthur and of Guinevere to an extent. Le Mort de Arthur. So it may not have been the part I needed today or to get through the rest of this, but now at least the story is better understood, and that'll maybe make it easier to find what's to be found later. Oh, from a strictly Victorian perspective. What's under more? Oh, this is all of them, okay. So as much as I could probably keep digging into this long into the night, into the next day, I think this is now like a good point for me to like call it. And so, thank you for watching. This has been Q Artistry. Oh, Scoochie, Scoochie. Here we go.